All right, it's your boy Dr. Hood, and we back with another exclusive DRH19D. If you didn't know, hit the like and subscribe button for more videos. Hit that bell for notifications. Okay, appreciate to have y'all on this morning. I'm going to occupy a little bit of your time. I thought this one was very appropriate. Tiffany Smiley versus Patty Murray. Tiffany Smiley grew up in rural Washington on a farm. Patty Murray been in the office, I think, since about 92. So she's been in there. They've been taking their shots at each other for whatever reason. But they're going to get into it. I'll let them tell it.
It's arguably the biggest race in Washington state right now tonight, with just over 2 weeks until the general election. The two candidates vying for one of Washington's 2 U.S. Senate seats are debating. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kristen Goodwillie. Democrat Patty Murray currently holds the seat and has held it since 1992. Her opponent is Republican candidate Tiffany Smiley. This is her first time ever running for an elected position. Our new Washington poll shows Smiley gaining ground against Murray. Murray leads with 49% of likely voters saying they would vote for her, compared to 41% for Smiley. 10% are undecided. Since our last poll in July, Murray's 18-point lead has now narrowed to just 8 points. Let's head on over to Spokane for that debate.
Each candidate has the opportunity for 2 rebuttals throughout the debate. If you choose to use one, feel free to hold up one of the cards that you have, and I will give you 30 seconds.
We're going to get into this. This one got real spicy. You know, you guys go ahead and leave in the comments. You know what I'm saying? I think this is going to be an interesting learning experience for those that are not into politics. Me personally, I don't really care too much about it. I don't think it affects me good or bad either way. But let's hear some of these talking points and find out what they really care about and who's capping, because we get a lot of these politicians and they're all capped. You know, we've been hearing a lot of that floating around. I figure instead of talking about the Celtics coach, you know, because that's been getting so much press, then, you know, just let me talk about some issues and some things that actually happening around in the neighborhoods and see who makes some of the decisions that we're talking about. Well, when you go out and vote, these are the people that you vote for. So let's hear it.
To do that, there will be no counter rebuttals. I also reserve the right to ask follow-up questions when needed. Ms. Murray won the coin toss to determine the order, and she chose to open. I also want to mention to both of the candidates that the monitor that has the time has been going in and out, but the time is correct, and it will come back. So just keep that in mind. So let's get started. There is no formal opening statement, but I do want to start by asking a broad question to focus on your experiences. Ms. Murray, you have been Washington Senator for almost 30 years now. Ms. Smiley, you have said that you want to be a first face for Washington in the U.S. Senate. Why do each of you think you are the best candidate for this position? Ms. Murray, I'll start with you.
Well, thank you to the League of Women Voters and the Spokesman Review for hosting this debate tonight. These have been really challenging times. I understand that. I grew up in a family with 7 kids. My dad was a World War II veteran, and he ran a small store on the main street.
Okay, before you get to talking, you know, you've been in the U.S. Senate since 1990, since I was a kid. Okay, hometown Bothell, Washington State. She went to Wazoo. You know, I know a lot of people that went to Washington State University, but she's going to try to plead her case on why she is the best candidate for this job. And then we see all of these crises going on, the drugs, all in these communities. And if she'd been in there 30 years, she had every bit of the difference between, you know, how my community was running. So the fact that she's been in there 30 years and really no change has happened, things have turned for the worst. You know, if I had a score chart, you know, I'd probably take a point from her so before it even started. because she's been in there since 1992. You know, it should be a clean slate over who is what. But this race is getting a lot of traction. I think people are tired of politicians that just say what's popular, and you know, they want to see some type of change, even if it's not change, just somebody different.
Street of Bothell, we had tight budgets. I understand that. So I always fight to make sure we have an economy that works for working families. In the past year and a half, I have passed legislation to lower prescription drugs costs. I've worked to deliver the largest middle-class tax cut in generations, to lower energy costs, fight climate change, and bring manufacturing back here to Washington State. You know, whether it's getting a VA clinic in the Tri-Cities or making sure Spokane has the resources for police and firefighters, I always listen to communities here and fight for our families in Washington, D.C. This is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Women's rights are on the ballot. If you send me back a pro-choice Senate, I will work to pass my legislation to codify Roe into law. Our democracy is on the ballot. I will fight to protect every American's right to vote. And our economy is on the ballot. I will.
Every American's right to vote. Okay. So does that mean people that are incarcerated? Does that mean felons? Does that mean everybody's right? Or is this just a popular thing to do? Just to say things?
Keep fighting to lower costs and make sure your family has a fair shake. Thank you.
Ms. Smiley, you have 90 seconds. Yes, at 23 years old, I walked into my husband's trauma care unit at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. I had student loan debt, I had a car payment, and he had tubes coming out of every orifice of his body. He was in a coma. And that was my first experience with the bureaucratic government system. My amazing husband is in the audience with us today. And thank God I was a nurse, because I wasn't afraid to take on the government and fight for him.
Okay. First time running from office from Pasco. You know, that's the Tri-Cities in it's like Central Washington, kind of. I guess you could kind of say it's more Eastern Washington than Western Washington. Whitworth University. I never heard of that. It's probably somewhere out there or whatever. But she wants to come across, you know, and you know, salute all the soldiers out there that put their life on the line for, most of them, a fight that they don't even know anything about. You know, I mean, we can get into that. You know, we'll be here all day, but salute to them, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to get on YouTube and live stream and everything. But I just wanted to point out the fact that, you know, she's going to basically try to play to the hearts of veterans. I mean, and that's what politics is all about. You know, they will say that. They will try to get an emotional arouse, you know, to try to swing votes. They'll say any type of thing. You know, we don't know what goes on in this woman's household. She might be treating her husband like a simp, or, you know, cheating on him or whatever, you know. So what can you do to help out the situation? Why are you the best one in office? It's not because your husband, you know. So, and she said this a few times.
I didn't know if I was going to meet him dead or alive, but I was going to be there. And unfortunately, the suicide car bomber that he was negotiating with in service to our country in Mosul, Iraq, had detonated his car and sent shrapnel through both of his eyes, so he would be forever blind. But I knew he still had purpose, and I fought for his life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I took on big government, and I won. He went on and became the first blind active duty officer to ever serve our country. We served for over a decade with him completely blind.
And I would like to know what he was doing, like how was he serving? How was he, because if he was in the military or whatever, I don't want to get into the Iraq war. All it stems back to is more and more violence. I think, we try to stop the violence in the United States and in these cities, but we can't even stop the violence across the world. It's like, if you live in this big fight club, like the country, that's what it's known for. It's brutal force and the taking over and conquering, but we're supposed to live in these little small cities, and we're not supposed to have that same type of mentality. Make sense.
And then I knew I had to go back and make it right for everyone else. So I took on the VA. I took another flight out to Walter Reed Army Medical, or out to Washington, D.C. And I took on the VA, and we passed meaningful reform for veterans that was so needed. So for me, it was truly in that fight that I knew we have so much more to fight for. I have a record of taking on big government and winning. My opponent doesn't. She works for Washington, D.C. She is the image of big government.
She's the image of big government. That's Big Patty Murray, OG Patty Murray, and she's been down these roller coasters before. She has.
Smiley, we'll start with you for this one. Congress has tried and failed to pass comprehensive immigration reform for decades. Would you support a bill that increases border security as well as provides a legal pathway to citizenship for unauthorized immigrants? Why or why not? Absolutely. This is such an important issue for Washington State because we know that China is pumping the components of fentanyl across our southern border. It's in Washington State. It's not just in our homeless encampments that I have visited and spent time in, but it's also in our schools. And it's killing our kids. One pill will kill our kids here in Washington State. It's happening all over Washington State. So I went to the southern border to see it for myself.
Yeah, I just really see they give a fuck about the crack coming into our black communities, But now, the fentanyl is around and it's just fucking them up, kind of like with the meth, how the meth came through, they wanted to put stiff penalties on it, but then when our certain people started getting locked up behind it, and they had to change it. So the fentanyl problem, you're saying that China is pumping it through the borders. I guess they didn't care about all the crack cocaine coming through, fucking up the black community. So I feel sorry. I feel sad. It's getting in the kids' hands. I feel sad about it. But where was all that energy when, our community's getting fucked up, right? So, and this is the Dr. Hood, hey, if somebody's just tuning in just because they saw the title, Tiffany, Smiley, Patty Murray, that if they're just tuning in just because they saw the title, I mean, this is my platform. This is my channel. We do what we do over here. I am not a politician, although I do pay attention to the news, and this is trending. They're making this out to be a huge deal. So if I think it's a huge deal and I think we need to react to it, that's what we're going to do. So hit the like and subscribe button, support the channel. We ain't asking for no money or nothing. We just want to get more viewers on the channel. We talk about a whole list of things. None of those other bloggers right now, streamers, they're not talking about that. The guys in the red pill, they're not talking about this right now. They're not talking about what's going on in their state, because these debates are going on in every state, right?
And I talked to law enforcement officers down there, and you know what they said? Our number one roadblock to solving this problem is Washington, D.C. I don't know if my opponent, Senator Murray, has ever been down to the southern border, but I went down there because I know how important it is to Washington State. We have got to secure our border. We've got to stop the flow of fentanyl that is coming across and killing our kids. Every state is a border state. What my agenda for recovery and reform calls for, to turn crisis into hope for all of Washington.
We can make sure that Title 42 remains in place, ensure that our Border Patrol agents have every resource that they need to secure our border with technology and resources. And you know, career politicians, they like to use immigration as a political wedge when it comes to election time. I actually will go secure our—
See, she's actually going to let you know. So I won't have to jump in so much. She's actually going to let you know about the whole career politician, and she'll let you know all of the stuff that Patty Murray hasn't done. She's going to make it. So that's why I thought this was an interesting interview, because she who knows more about her record, Dr. Hood or fucking Tiffany Smiley? She's been in there since 92. You know, I was probably in middle school or something back then. Okay. We got a special guest coming up in the back. Def Chef. Def Chef, what's going on, fam? Yeah. I don't know if he's there
border
now.
and ensure that there is a pathway to legal citizenship in our country.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, you have 90 seconds.
Well, this is an important question, but first let me say I have been to the border. I went to the border when the Trump administration, who my opponent has said she would like his endorsement, I went then because the Trump presidency was separating our children from their mothers at the border.
Okay, so Tiffany Smiley, she's clearly a Republican. She's on well, she probably waffling now, but she was clearly rolling with Trump, you know. And like I said, I don't have a horse in the race to know anything. Salute, my brother. What's going on, Def?
What's up, Dr. Hood, man? Shit. I see you coming with the news that we could use again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that you talking about what's going on, where we at and where we from. We so quick to deal with races that I'm not gonna say it don't have nothing to do with us, but everybody's seen what happened in Georgia. See, barely any of us have seen this, including myself. I watched the Georgia shit, but I ain't watched this, and I'm from Washington, so
Right.
This is good.
Yeah. You know, I like to dig in the crate. Like I said, if I don't get a direct request, then I gotta get up here and I gotta occupy some of this space, because we gotta put a positive spin some kind of way. And the problem with a lot of content creators is they might do the humor thing, but then they don't put the good ending and put the positive ending on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
No matter what you do, because we gotta joke. We gotta draw people in. Nobody's just coming into a boring corn nut smelling lectures and stuff, you know. So we got to make it interesting, change up the topics, but every now and then I'm going to be hitting you with some of this, just in case people weren't looking. Or, you know, Patty Murray, she might be doing this 4 more years from now, or another 10 years still in office. So who knows?
At the southern border, and I went not with a photographer, I went with a pediatrician.
See, she didn't come with a photographer because either Tiffany Smiley came with the photographer, or, you know, Patty Murray doesn't have footage of it, right? Hey, these guys, man, they was throwing darts, man. I checked this out. I had to drop my daughter off this morning for school, and you know, I had it. I listened. I got a chance to check it out. Usually I don't, but I said, well, you know what? Let me get on here so I won't go too hard when I don't need to, you know, because this is an important situation, and there might be kids coming out of the, you know, my community or my algorithm that might be interested in getting into politics. And
Of course.
this is not anything genius. I used to think that these little debates, like, you know, you had to be really the smartest person in the world to really be in there debating, you know what I'm saying? And they're proving otherwise. Donald
Most
Trump
of,
proved otherwise, even though Donald Trump was a smart dude.
most of these cats didn't finish like top in their class. Like, not to say they're not intelligent, but a politician is more so a puppet than they are Geppetto. Right? The average politician controls 100% of nothing, but you got more say so and power than this regular motherfucker right here. But all the people controlling the politicians are the people who own the companies.
Right.
They above the politicians. Right? We all know that Steve Jobs, when he was alive, just had a higher ranking in reality, maybe not on paper, but in reality, than say Tiffany Smiley, you know, well, or whoever, Mr. Gossett, whoever, any of them we want to think of, nigga, we could throw the mayor in there, right? The what's the dude who Jeff Bezos?
Yeah.
Whoever is 5 notches below Jeff Bezos in the company is above the governor, bro.
Let me see. You know, I gotta be up to current with my social media. You know, appreciate everybody that's supporting the channel. You dig?
Make sure that the kids who are separated from their parents have the care they need. Our immigration system today, which is what you asked about, is not working for anyone. It is not working for our growers or our service industry. It's not working for our high-tech companies who are trying to attract new people here to develop jobs here in the United States. We have to fix our immigration system. I have voted for and worked for changing our immigration system to make sure that we allow a path to citizenship, that we fund our border patrol and customs agent in a good way, and to make sure that we have a system that works for those who are seeking asylum. Why don't we have that? Because the Republicans stopped it from happening. They now use immigration during every election to score political points and have refused to come back.
It's a lot of player hating going on.
A lot of, hey, wow.
It's a lot of player hating going on now. You know.
And you know, I mean, shit. Me, I could look at it from both sides. I understand, right? When you a black man, 90% of what you see is gonna be unfair treatment towards you, right? Like, so this is shit that we gotta wrap our mind around off the top. A perfect example is this. Niggas who's immigrants from Haiti are not gonna be treated the way Dominican Republic immigrants or Mexican immigrants will be, because the Mexicans that come to America don't be the black ones. Like, them as gringos, they're not gringos because they Mexican, but compared to the black people, y'all white. So of course, and really at the end of the day, that's what we're advocating for. We're not really advocating for refugees. We advocating for the ones that look whiter, because the ones that are clearly black, we don't want y'all here like that. Not just showing up at the border. You better go through the whole channel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
We can't let this be a political fight anymore. We need to work to find solutions.
So after 30 years, you can't let this be a political fight anymore?
Ain't that, hey, bro, this is wild, bro. A politician is saying, let's not make a political, bro, what the fuck? Like, this is political, dog. What are we doing here? It's just like you said, bro. We be thinking they be so smart, but they be regular.
Telling you, man. Like,
I would never, if I was a politician of any level, one thing I would never do is say, we gotta make things that are political non-political. Nah, it's even political how you raise your kids. We don't even get that. That's all based around politics. right? Niggas ask, remember, like, our parents used to really compare notes on, well, how are you getting Flames to do this? How are we getting the results? Now it's to negatively judge you and to basically criticize your parenting, right? Every parent that's talking, there's gonna be a bunch of motherfuckers telling them what they doing wrong, unless it's like D Wade and the one chick he with, right? Outside of that, if we was to open these motherfuckers up to our homes about how we raise our kids, there's gonna be criticism, but it ain't personal, it's politics. So if that's politics, how the fuck you gonna make immigration non-political, Dr. Hood?
Man, I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, maybe I'm thinking too deep, because I do that. You guys have always told me, all right, man, but come on, bro. Am I thinking too deep on this?
Nah,
This
hell
is
no.
almost like, why are you trying to dumb down the people, man? What's the problem? Why can't the people deal with this from the political perspective?
This is what's been going on. This is the most respected, offices and platforms and stages.
Facts.
You know
Facts.
what I'm saying? From what I thought. I'm kind of,
You're
they're
right,
not
bro.
looking so invincible. These motherfuckers, they making 30 years of mistakes. She grew up on a farm in rural Washington. How the fuck does that matter? Was it an orchard? Was it a fucking grape fucking vineyard?
Right. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah. So yeah, if you grew up on a farm in rural Washington and then you just went to the grocery store to get all your vegetables, like what did you do? Did you have a sign outside of your house selling fucking fresh eggs and shit? I don't know, man. This is gonna get raw. This is not your typical debate with the reaction going on in the background, and we're not gonna make it that. You guys can go somewhere else for that. Okay,
Hey,
go to King 5 for that shit.
If you're from Washington, I know it's early, I get it. But these are the shows that we really need to tap into. Like, this is for real information. Like, for real. The other shit be information, but that really be entertainment. This right here is 100% information. So we have to tap in and get this shit dissected and broke down for us. Cause nigga, we don't be paying, like, when we be sitting down watching these debates, bro, we do not be paying attention like that. And but see, now the focus is that we could do a call and response. Dr. Hood could stop the video. He could rewind the shit. He could really analyze it. So we better be really trying to pay attention.
Yeah, we're gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna definitely try.
It's important for our economy. It's important for humanitarian reasons. And it's important because we are a country of immigrants and we can do better than this.
Thank you. We will start with you for the next question. Nations around the world are experiencing high inflation in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as rising gas prices worsened by the war in Ukraine. That's no different than what's happening in the United States right now. Ms. Murray, what should Congress do to address rising costs? You have 90 seconds.
Such an important question. In every community, I know families are struggling. And like I told you in the beginning, I know what that feels like. So I have been very focused on lowering costs for families as we get through this global challenge that we are facing. I have worked to lower prescription drug costs. In the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest reduction in prescription drugs we have ever seen, allowing Medicare to negotiate for lower prices, capping $35 insulin at $35, making sure that families have extension of the ACA so they can get lower costs for insurance.
We got to start living better, man. We got to start living better. Because insulin and if you're dependent on that stuff, you know what I'm saying, and it's very common in our community, and you just see how they just talking about it like it's some damn now laters and shit, right?
Facts. Because
So
they already know the state and the people, we gonna take care of them. We might not take care of each other, but we gonna take care of our politicians.
well, I mean, they gonna still have the McDonald's commercials and all the shit, you know what I'm saying? The shit
Absolutely.
occupying everything, and
Absolutely.
so it ain't like they're trying to stop
Hey,
the need for insulin.
we could even go here, and I don't care whoever's listening how does that factor in? It factors in. Watch this. You just brought up McDonald's commercials, right?
Right.
It's more important. That McDonald's commercial is more impactful in our homes than this debate. Right? I'm a black man, so I'm gonna speak on what goes on in black homes, especially low income, right? Because well-off black people have a different reality than black people who aren't well off.
Right.
We got to be real about that. Cool. We'll fight over McDonald's. Like the first time I seen black people really fight over politics was Donald Trump. And that was all emotional. That wasn't really information. That was more so emotion, right?
Right.
Like you said, McDonald's brings emotion. But really what we listening to now should bring emotion, right? Because all this stuff they talking about going into our later years, these are going to be the issues that we deal with person to person. That's just the reality of it. But I guess this ain't as entertaining as arguing over a McDonald's bag or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Like the McDonald's bag and the 1,500 rotating dollars somehow keep coming up, bro. I don't know how this happens, but those two things keep coming up.
Yeah, y'all feel free to come on up. I dropped the link right there. Feel free to come on up. It's an open panel. You know, you don't got to feel, you know, even if you don't know what's going on. I mean, that's what we are here to learn, you know. So jump on up. You know how we do it.
Passed a bill to make sure that we're lowering energy costs. If we move to a clean new energy program and we lower our costs, that will help every family.
I mean, that I've heard that for fucking decades. I've been hearing Obama whole thing was pushing toward that. You know, everybody's pushing toward this new clean energy shit.
Bro, you know what we need to start doing, bro? We need to start bringing in our uncles and them motherfuckers who they was voting when we didn't give a fuck about these politics to really show how these plays haven't changed, bro. Ain't that crazy, dog? How they don't gotta change the plays. Bro,
who actually has it?
Team?
Okay. So she felt like that talking point was important because she's going up against the opposition, but she can just say anything and even shit that's never gonna happen though. Like they're never gonna get this clean energy shit, bro.
And they're never gonna save us money.
Right? It's a joke.
It's not designed. Like, man, let's be real, bro. If we was existing in our grandparents' time, like with the way we get it now, bro, we would be fucking super on, bro. Because for one, niggas wouldn't be paying for all these entertainment bills. See, the internet, cable, bro, them is entertainment bills, bro. Right? It's almost like getting a subscription to the strip club or something like that. Because at the end of the day, niggas do not be having some limited ass cable package, bro. Niggas be having hundreds of channels. They got music channels just in case I want to hear that shit or whatever's going on right now.
Right.
But for the most part, You ain't even gonna be around for that. We got all these amenities, and we don't even be home to enjoy it. Right? Back in the day, man, shit. Our parents and grandparents wasn't really having nothing that we would. What is the point of doing this? And these motherfuckers don't be here. They too busy. We ain't doing that. Oh, well, no, that's a waste of money. And that shit would only be like $30, $40. Us, bro, they're extracting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars out of us just on the whim. That shit add up. And we just look at it as just the cost of living, bro. These do not be the cost of living costs, bro. We're getting raped, nigga. We're getting hoes, bro.
Right. We got special guests in the back. Soul Power, what up?
Salute, good brothers. Salute.
What's going on with you?
Oh man, shit, I was listening to the topic. Thought I'd, join up.
Oh yeah. Now
Yeah,
we shifting gears real fast. You know what I'm saying? What's your take? What's your take on all this?
Well, I think we all have a personal responsibility to, whatever that being. I think every Black person should learn how to grow their own food. And I think too many times we use excuses for why we can't do stuff instead of utilizing the space and whatever we have available to us. So, I hear brothers and sisters saying, well, they live in apartments, they can't do things. Man, you got hydroponics, you got aquaponics, you can grow in a closet. So I think we all got to do our part to reduce our carbon footprint. And it really come down to us really investing into the future. I look at my children for myself. You look at my YouTube page, I'm in like a little suburb area, but I got like 15 chickens in my backyard. I grow, I grow food, and this is all self-taught. So,
Right.
I mean, we live in an informational age. I hear the brother talking about how we have a whole bunch of useless amenities. My house, man, we got nothing but internet. You know what I mean? I try to keep my kids away from being indoctrinated by the system and really do my best to be the barometer for what it is to be a productive human being. So, that was my input on that.
Oh no, that's great. That's great. I'm glad you was able to come on up and kick it with us.
Wait, hold up, bro. That's it? It's over?
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, you was popping it. Nah, bro. I'm trying to,
Yeah, follow my YouTube page right here, man.
Yeah, give us that information. Put it and do something. Yeah, man. Where you from?
I'm from Cali, but I live out here in Georgia now.
Yeah, I could tell you from Cali. You definitely got that Cali accent.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Born and raised, Long Beach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Did you go to Poly?
Nah, you know what I did? I went to Poly. I got kicked out and went to Went to Jordan on the north.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm 48. I had a few cousins that went to Poly. I was about to see if you knew them niggas.
Yeah, I'm 34,
Okay.
teeny bopper.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Young brother, just trying to, find my niche in this chaotic world, I had my first son this year. I got 2 daughters, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just blessed, man. Trying to make it happen. My thought is we can't do nothing with the adults. So the future is, the children. So I don't really be lacing too many adults with too much game. I'm trying to lace the youth with it.
Right.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. That's where I'm at too.
Fact. I was about to say that's what Dr. Hood's on.
Oh yeah.
Draw the line in the sand. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Either you gonna come on this side. We ain't gonna force nobody. You know what I'm saying? Let me hear these. I don't know what to call them. These ladies.
Good book. I am looking at every step we can take to lower costs, including my plan to pass childcare. And you elect me, and we will get that done so families can lower the cost of their childcare, get back to work, and help our economy be productive again.
Listen, she sound like she's selling some weed or something.
These niggas be
You know,
hella disingenuous
you
when they
buy
speak.
this weed and you're gonna be laid out on the couch, you know what I'm saying? And I promise you, and you know, all of these broken promises. So what have you done in the 30 years? You know, because that's more of what I'm interested in. And then because I've been around, I haven't seen nothing change. The school systems, well, when I was young, back in 92 and shit, you know, it was fucked up. You know, the school systems was fucked up. Okay. So what's gonna be different now? What's gonna be different between the violence and, you know, everything? I was downtown. I went to a lawyer's office, just one little shelter over, you know, to the north. You know, they over there with the foil and everything, smoking pills.
Oh yeah, down, yeah, man.
You know, it's
What,
like
what
because I
was you
haven't
down?
been through there.
What was you on, third or first or what?
You're probably third. I think
Yeah.
third right there. I parked on the hill and walked down, and you know, it was just, you know, I was kind of dressed up, but you know, I had to have my little flex just in case I had to sack
Man,
somebody like Warren Sapp.
man, bro.
Somebody probably would have tried me or something. I don't know. You know, it
Hey,
was looking
bro.
kind of grimy.
I'm gonna have you come pull up on me one of them nights I'm out there feeding these motherfuckers. You gonna be like, man, what are you doing if you don't cut this bullshit out?
Now I'm telling you, it's rough down
Because
there.
you know, my kids be wanting to come. I'm all like, nigga, I don't got no business in that environment. I'll never take you.
Yeah.
Hell, you what? But you know, I mean, them motherfuckers is just so forgotten about and hopeless. But what be crazy, they advocating for them to just be out there like that. They talking about all this shit that they ain't gonna do. See, some of the shit that is going on, this is stuff they can't necessarily fix it in a week, right?
Is
Because
the policing problem that bad that I just like I parked on the hill, I walked down, like I saw so much activity within
right,
like a half a block of walking.
right. What? Yeah, especially
Because I
Pioneer
ain't been
Square.
down there. I don't have no reason to go down there. If I go down there, I'm just going to the north end. And you know, if I go east, you know, I probably go to 405. So I ain't really been down there. I use the tunnel a lot. You know, you use that tunnel, you're not seeing none of that bullshit. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? So,
right.
like, how did it get this bad? What the fuck is going on?
Hey,
Man.
Dr. Hood, are you speaking pertaining to like the opioid issue up there, or
Yeah,
or
yeah, you
okay?
can lump that in there too. You know, the
Yeah,
homeless.
I'm
Yeah,
not familiar with that area, so
yeah, definitely.
okay, okay.
It's crazy. It looks like New Jack City.
Now, what's the demographic up there?
I mean, I would imagine it's predominantly white up here.
Okay, so
You
you're
know what
talking
I'm saying?
Caucasoids. Okay, yeah, I'm surprised they came through and tried to clean that up immediately. 'Cause, you know,
You know what I'm
they be
saying?
trying to sweep that under the rug.
And
You gotta, if you could come just see it, you would be like, what the hell? Like, it's crazy, bro. Like a motherfucker could set up a tent in your yard, bro.
man, you can make a video and just videotape them motherfuckers and all their drug activity that they did, and you put that shit on TV and have a fundraiser or some shit, man. You'll raise $1 billion.
They
You raise
already,
$1 billion
get,
fucking dollars, bro.
they already giving them money for all that shit, and they ain't doing nothing. That's what the problem is. That's why I be talking shit. They gave you guys all that bread. You guys supposed to be this and that and whatever, and y'all ain't even got no programs, no nothing. Like, you know, all the shelters. See, none of these shelters is set up to improve them. All it's set up for them is just to have a spot to lay up. Right? It's almost like if you a cop, if you really a cop, you don't want crime to disappear, nigga. How you gonna eat? That's your job, right? That's just
The cops wasn't down there, bro.
now what
I honestly don't think, bro, they was just in the open. They didn't even have their back turned toward the building or nothing. They just foil, smoking pit, chasing pills on the foil, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, bro. It's like you
And
just
I
said.
just mind my own business. I just kept walking. I was going to meet the lawyer and shit.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, shit. They got whole. They got whole situations, whole tent cities. They got little
So this
pods.
Patty Murray shit and all this theatrics and shit and these emotions and trying to get motherfuckers. I mean, these are good tactics for, if you're in the black community, you Dr. Hill community, and you want to run for office. You're learning the tactics. It's a lot of player hating on the other opposition,
My apologies, brother. Every time I get ready to say something, my son starts screaming.
Washington, D.C. answer to me. I took on Washington, D.C., Patty, and I won. You've never taken on Washington, D.C. You are Washington, D.C. Senator Murray stood with Joe Biden with the Inflation Reduction Act and said, this is going to help us. Don't be deceived by the name, because this isn't coming from me. This is coming from the CBO. It does nothing to combat inflation. In fact, it raises taxes on all of us. 87,000 IRS agents coming after our small business owners and hardworking Washington families. Do you know those making $25,000 or less are 5 times more likely to be audited by the IRS? That's who I'm standing up and fighting for. Also in that, I think it's important that Washington families know Senator Murray was the deciding vote on the excise tax on natural gas. So there has to be a way to pay for all of this. So you will see your energy costs go up. She stood by Joe Biden with the American Rescue Plan and said, we are in a better place now. In every room I've been into in Washington State, I've been in all 39 counties. I've listened to thousands of voters across Washington State. I ask, are you in a better place? They say, no, we are worse. Senator Murray allowed $1 billion to go to criminal.
So what the fuck is she gonna do about it? That's my thing. Cause it's real easy to point the finger,
That's the point. I guess that's the point of this whole conversation they having or debate. These motherfuckers be like sitting around. Each of them know what the other one's gonna say. Let's make no mistake about this shit. These motherfuckers is friends. Like, I've been a moderator for these before. Like, we all talked before. Right. These motherfuckers kids be playing, punch and run. Like, these motherfuckers know each other. So I just want to make sure we understand that some of this might be real, but this should be theatrics, man.
Yeah, it sure look like it.
Like Larry Nassar and the Boston bomber. That's not good use of taxpayers' money. I will be a steward of that. I will ensure that we reduce the spending. We rein in the out of control spending. I certainly will make sure that 87,000 IRS agents do not come after you. And I will permanently extend the 2017 tax cuts for the middle class and get our economy on the right track.
Okay, that sounds good, but it's a lot of broken promises and stuff. It's a lot of, because that's accepted. It's accepted. Oh, then what's the big excuse? Oh, we couldn't do anything. We didn't have enough time. And we're still trying to fix the fuck up from the last guy. And this is the reason why a lot of us kind of stay out of it. I'm encouraging people to come to walk toward it. Let's walk toward this political beast and see it for what it is. See it for the monster that it is. Let me get they got to bombard me with the ads. Dr. Hood, until we get monetized, we're not upgrading our account.
Ms. Smiley. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade earlier this year, both parties have talked about crafting a nationwide abortion law, whether that be to restrict access or expand access to abortion. What would you want or not want to see in federal abortion legislation?
Yes, I've been clear. I am personally pro-life. I think there's good people on both sides of this issue, and we need to be able to come into the center of this and acknowledge it. I've been clear from the very beginning. I oppose a federal
because they got on her ass about that abortion, her stance about it. You know, they got on her ass. So she didn't even let the lady finish talking before she immediately tried to cover the shit up. But I let her ramble.
ban. That's long before the unprecedented leak from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's decision gave the power to the people, and that's where I believe it belongs. I respect the will of the voters here in Washington state. So what I will do is ensure that women have access to health care, that they have access and affordable access to contraception and childcare. Unlike Senator Murray, who's been there for the last 30 years, I'll go get that done for women. And when women—
Why is it such a big deal to give women the right to destroy human life? You know, I just, I don't understand.
I mean, man, motherfuckers got a God complex, bro.
Well, I'm looking at when I see that, it's like some demonic shit to me. That's the way it looks. Like if I saw an animal just devour its babies or do something purposely that would stop life from being what it's supposed to be or what it's going to be, or giving it its chance at the most precious thing, and that's life. It looks a little funny to me. That's just me, though. I'm not everybody. It just looks weird. Like if I saw a bird just throw his babies out of his fucking nest before the babies were even ready, and then he just ran off like nothing never happened, and he goes down to the polls and he votes for this shit. It just looks weird. I don't know. This world's changing. It's looking kind of weird, y'all. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
They're fighting for the right. This is going to be decided by this.
Yeah, man.
That's why if you see the background, I got the old school lady, at the protest, the abortion, it says keep abortions, it's in the base faded in there. It's between the lines. These are the same people. So it is what it is. I wouldn't vote for neither one of them. If you're with abortion, I'm not. So should I have the right not to vote for either one of them? One that was with it one time, but now it's election time. She wants to run for office for the first time. Well, maybe if you think about it, you shouldn't say shit that would jeopardize that. If you think about, you might want to run for office one day.
women are in a time of crisis. I want to ensure that they have every resource that they need should they choose to keep their child, that they have every resource, that it's not a ticket to poverty or a lack of education. There's one extreme on this issue, and it's Senator Murray, because if she had it her way, she would change the will of the voters of Washington state. Her record represents it. It would be taxpayer funded.
Hold up. You back up. What the hell did you say?
I respect the will of the voters here in Washington state. So what I will do is ensure that women have access to health care, that they have access and affordable access to contraception and childcare. Unlike Senator Murray, who's been there for the last 30 years, I'll go get that done for women. And when women are in a time of crisis, I want to ensure that they have every resource that they need should they choose to keep their child, that they have every resource, that it's not a ticket to poverty or a lack of education.
It's not a ticket to poverty or a lack of education. So you basically, she said that you're not black, and yeah, I'm not going to be politically correct. I don't want to be. Okay. You're not, that's how it resonated with me. Like, you're not in poverty. You're not, that's why they got all the Planned Parenthoods in our neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Yeah.
There's one extreme on this issue, and it's Senator Murray, because if she had it her way, she would change the will of the voters of Washington state. Her record represents it. It would be taxpayer funded, abortion on demand, all the way up to the point of birth. And the question we should all ask Senator Murray is, do you believe in any legal limitations to abortion? And again, don't take it from me that the most recent Newsweek article that was out yesterday, Senator Murray has no right to lecture me or any women in this room or in this state or country for that matter on how we should be treated, or any of us. Patty told her national security advisor that her luck had run out for having 2 children within 2 years, and she fired her. Senator Murray?
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. Your time is up.
That was a bunch of nonsense. That was that was a bunch of nonsense. You know, I think Patty Murray's, even though she's got the 30-year thing over her head and she's going to keep using that, I would still say Patty Murray's kind of winning this debate. You know, I think Tiffany Smiley might be a little over her head. She doesn't really understand about, you know, people that have been supporting Patty Murray for this long, for 30 years. She's going up against them too. So I ain't saw the polls. Maybe I'll go back and look at, you know, what it is. I think they said it was 8 points or something. You know, it's gotten really close. You know, I'm not debating that if she'd be able to pull it off. You know, my birthday's around election time. My birthday is November 4th. So Obama got elected on my birthday. You dig?
Mm-hmm.
I get up in it. We get up in there.
Ms. Murray?
There is a huge difference between me and my opponent on this issue. I believe that every woman should be able to make her own healthcare choices about her own family, working with her doctor, her faith, and her own needs. This should not be decided by politicians. You just heard my opponent say politicians should decide. I do not agree with that at all. We should not be in a room with people when they are making medical decisions. Now, I hear my opponent over there saying, I'm 100% pro-life, don't worry. I gotta tell you, I was in the Senate. I saw Supreme Court nominees come in front of us and say to us, I'm pro-life, don't worry, and look what happened. They overturned 50 years of precedent and put this country and women's lives in chaos. We have women coming here to Washington State because they can't get reproductive care where they live.
And you're letting them. You're letting them. You know, so let's talk about the bigger problem.
Reproductive care. What's that?
Abortions and shit.
So that's reproductive care.
Right.
Okay. I'm just, because I'm not the smartest guy. So what does productive mean?
That you're producing something.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I guess they'll put it all under that umbrella and then say it's reproductive care, but it's really termination care.
Yeah,
you know?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm all like, so is this like a play on words? Because first of all, this is my first time hearing this term. But if I was to be talking to a doctor and they called it reproductive care, I would just assume that it wouldn't be them destroying anything.
Right.
But hey, I don't make the term, so now I know what that really means. Okay, that's fine. This is how we learn this stuff.
Yeah.
Providers right here in Spokane who live in Idaho and are worried about the work that they do every day to save lives and help women, they will be arrested when they go home. We have trackers who are following women in this country using their phone apps to make sure that they know where they went, and when they come home, threaten them with arrest. This cannot be. If you elect me, I will pass my legislation.
You would do the same shit that you've been doing for the last 30 fucking years, Patty Murray. I
So,
think because that's what they tell me. You know, I get into some criminal shit, and they say, well, based on your, you know, and it only be like 2 times. You do it one other time, and then now, and they're like, well, based on your behavior and your, you know, we have a reason to believe that you won't show up to court, or you know what I'm saying? They say some shit. So based on these 30 fucking years, and you're sitting up on this whole hour, it's been 20 minutes so far. You can't say anything about what you can do. Only,
specifically,
yeah, specifically, just only a bunch of hoopla. You know, I guarantee you, if you do, you know, do that, then what? Then you don't have time, or you want to blame it on the person that was in office before. I seen them blame it on the person that was in office before them
oh,
a
every time, of
million
course,
times, a
of course,
million times.
of course.
You're not for the job. If you can't get it together, you're not for that.
All right, politics is the only shit where we need immediate changes, and since it don't change, we say, yeah, but it took Dr. Hood 4 years to undo the shit that Maine did. What did Maine do?
Exactly. Yeah, Maine tried to do the same thing that overturned what the motherfucker before him did.
That's the whole thing.
And then he did the same thing that overturned. I mean, come on, man.
That's the whole thing. What whoever was before me, I gotta undo something they did. Like, it don't be no changing of the guard. It don't be like, oh, you know what, this new dude coming in. Yeah, man.
No, it's no accountability. That's to me, I think it's just accountability. Instead of somebody saying, you know, vote for me, I did my best, but I failed. You know, vote for me. Instead, they'll say, I was trying to overturn 4 years worth of shit that somebody else did. It's no accountability. There's none. So whatever. It's just Dr. Hood.
To codify Roe into law and put precedent back in place in this country and protect women's right to choose.
You want to use one of your rebuttals?
Sorry, yes,
You have
to
30
clarify,
seconds.
you agree politicians should decide this. I said I believe that the people should, and I respect the will of the voters here in Washington State.
You can use one.
Very clear. What she just said is out of the Supreme Court's hand. That was a constitutional right that we had under 50 years of precedent. What she said is politicians in our, what politicians in.
Hold up, because it's getting a little
They know
cranky.
where they went, and when they come home, threaten them with arrest. This cannot be. If you elect me, I will pass my legislation to codify Roe into law and put precedent back in place in this country and protect women's right to choose.
You want to use one of your rebuttals?
Sorry, yes,
You have
to
30
clarify,
seconds.
you agree politicians should decide this. I said I believe that the people should, and I respect the will of the voters here in Washington State.
You can use it.
Very clear. What she just said is out of the Supreme Court's hand. That was a constitutional right that we had under 50 years of precedent. What she said is politicians in our, what politicians in state legislatures could now decide. Politicians in a room with a woman and her family and her faith and her doctor making that decision.
Ms. Smiley, your time is up. Thank you. So you both have used one rebuttal. You have one more to use throughout the rest of the debate. I do want to ask a follow-up on abortion. You will each have 30 seconds to answer this.
I gotta get the ground rules of the debate, you know, so we could have you know, debates like this and just see how it works. You know, she got one more rebuttal, and you know, have one more, and you know, all of that. You got to choose wisely. You don't want to go back to the halftime or go to through the fourth quarter without using that last rebuttal. You know, this shit is come on, man. Circus like.
Yes, I'll start with you. Would you favor creating an exception to the filibuster rules to approve abortion rights nationwide?
I do believe that the rules of the Senate should allow us, when we are making a decision about constitutional rights, whether it's a woman's right to choose or voters' rights to make sure their vote is heard at the polls. And that's the voting rights law. These are rights that America hold near and dear, and I do not think that the rules of the Senate should preclude us from codifying them into law.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, so again, Senator Murray made it clear that she wants politicians to decide this. I believe and respect the will of the voters here in Washington State, and if anyone should change this, it should be Washington State voters. What I can do is add and ensure that women have every resource, access to care and childcare. I just met with a young mother, a single mom from University of Washington, and she said childcare is so hard to come by. I said, I understand, I know what that's like. So we will go get that done. But the filibuster is a long-held rule that in the Senate that balances the power, and it's good for our country.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. I do want to move on because we have a lot of other topics that we want to discuss. Ms. Smiley, to start with you, there has been long-running controversy over the Snake River dams here in Washington. Several Northwest tribes say that they are contributing to declining salmon populations, but the dams do provide economic benefits to the region. As a senator, how would you balance these competing interests in conversations about the dams, and are there any circumstances in which you would support breaching them? So growing up on a farm, I understand, the...
Listen, man, bitch, what, I mean, excuse my like, well, hey, I ain't got to be censored, man. Fuck her. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck about your goddamn dam that you live by or whatever the fuck? Answer the question. We don't really care about passion right now. We care about solutions and handling the situation. That's what we care about. She keeps alluding to, how she grew up on this farm and she knows about this. Like, what were you doing on the farm?
Yeah, because a lot of you farmers.
If you just going to the grocery store and buying groceries, what are you living on the farm for?
But even with that, like a lot of you farms, you guys got a lot of bread. So it's like, man, hey, I understand you live on a farm, but you didn't come from the type of farm my grandfather and them came from. You're like, you guys as farmers, like you guys sell produce and products to big companies in bulk, and they give you top dollar, and you exploit migrant workers. Right? See, they're only gonna talk about so much, but they got documentaries on this stuff. Like a rural farmer, where you at? Show us, where you. I mean, not at this very moment, but you should have like a little documentary that we should be able to tap into on YouTube or something, and we can see what type of farmers you are.
We got the Politbro in the back.
Yeah.
Politbro, what up?
What's up?
Oh man, you know what's up.
This slut,
I'm talking about this. Yeah, this Tiffany Smiley. Man, I've been hearing her name like every 5 seconds. Tiffany Smiley, Tiffany Smiley. Like, who in the hell is Tiffany Smiley, bro? God damn.
I thought she was one of the Smileys for a minute. So seeing her picture.
Yeah, that's what I knew people was gonna think, that when I said when people see she's white, this is about to be funny. Everybody thought she was a Smiley.
Look, if they don't got her picture, niggas will be just putting her in there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we gotta make sure we spread awareness to take a look at the picture, because those niggas are looking at voters guide, a lot of them. My whole thing is I don't even think honestly there's no excitement to vote. So this time around, in the light of the economy and shit, you know what I'm saying? So what part of the I listened to a smidgen of that. I'm gonna listen to the whole thing, but I just want to jump on because I heard the immigration part. You guys got there yet?
Yeah, I think so. We might be. Yeah, I think we're there. I can't remember, man. this shit,
Whether we did or not, go ahead and get, go ahead.
Yeah. Put your spit
So-
your piece on it.
Okay, so in the immigration section, man, this is some wild shit. So they ask about immigration, then Patty Murray hops up. I ain't get to the Smiley part yet. I think the minutes is what is that shit at? That shit is around 15 minutes. So in the full length version of the debate. So anyway, so Patty Murray kind of lost me here, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, we need more money for sanctuary to illegals to come work and immigrants to come work in tech and in our farms. And she said with the tech thing, she said she kind of under her breath said they make more jobs. So what I see at my job, right? I see Indians in tech. Well, I work downtown among other places. So when I'm downtown, it's nearly a lot of those apartments down there is full of Indians. Indians from India, Pakistanis and such, working in tech jobs. Google and all that stuff is down on Lake Union. So what I'm seeing is the tech companies are hiring, including Microsoft, because I had a Haitian cousin that just went up here to work for Microsoft, and it was all immigrants in their office. So that's what they're doing. And so instead of investing in the local kids, like putting a serious amount of money into getting the load, they want to put money into shipping people over here to hold and maintain jobs. Like there's so many Indians working in tech downtown that Queen Anne is literally, Queen Anne used to be like white, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see up in Queen Anne, it's like the biggest cribs, and even in Madrona, is Indians in them. Indians are balling in the town. You know what I'm saying? I ain't hating on them. I'm just pointing out what I
No,
see.
you just talking about it, right?
And so Patty's talking about how the Republicans was trying to block legislation to help more immigrants come. And so what I'm seeing is, and what I've seen across the country, for instance, in Washington, D.C., they passed legislation in their local government that allows undocumented immigrants to vote. And it's going down in several Democratic areas where they're trying to, instead of trying to win the black vote, they're trying to import voters. So when you talk about immigration, how does that benefit black people that who are talking about reparations? Yeah, you ain't getting no reparations. In fact, we're gonna just replace you.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden said it when he was talking to the Congressional Black Caucus. He said, y'all better,
You're gonna have to
y'all
learn
better,
to work with Hispanics.
yes.
Yeah, you. I think we went
Yeah.
over that shit on your show, bro. Motherfucker got that secret leaked phone call.
Yeah, because Hispanics are taking over the United States, number-wise. And that's why you get a lot of legislation from Republicans answer, like trying to get rid of abortion. It's like the Kanye thing. It's like Kanye says something, and then he gets repercussions from the mysterious hand. And so instead of us not seeing the play, you see the play. Like, my homeboy sent me a picture of something says that Kanye was right about the BEWS. I'll just say booze, just so the algorithm. And so I see the picture, and then 2 days later, I see the picture with like neo-Nazis throwing up the Hitler salute behind the sign. So this is the type of gamesmanship that's going on. Instead of them being held accountable for the marketing of our own destruction, they're going to, and like, so if we say anything about Patty Murray, like, yo, Patty, we don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got people under intents out here, and you're talking about bringing motherfuckers up in here. You, like, how the Republicans are blocking you from bringing more people when we got people. You ain't even like got enough drug rehab centers and mental health facilities, but you're talking about setting up infrastructure to bring more people in. And I got an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? And so Tiffany Smiley, like my better half, is like, yo, Tiffany Smiley she gonna get rid of abortion. I just looked at her. You know what I'm saying? Because she don't get, whatever, you don't get it. And that's what they do. That's what they're doing down there with that Herschel Walker and Warnock shit and Stacey Abrams. Playing that shit. You know what I'm saying? And they trying to play that shit up here. The fact of the matter is, under the Democrats, I'm an independent, but under the Democrats, we got some good shit, but this shit is looking fucked up right now. You know what I'm saying? And Patty Murray, man, been in there since '92. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's when I got out of high school.
So they don't feel like they don't necessarily gotta like, earn our vote, so to speak. What's his name? The governor, Jay Inslee, man, he literally shut down the state economy over COVID, and I'll be honest about Washington. A lot of these places are racist as fuck. When you leave Seattle, you leave Tacoma, it's racist. It's motherfucking whole state is full of racists. So I've been kind of chilling, laughing when I see these motherfuckers get, but is that enough? You know what I'm saying? Is that enough right now? You know what I'm saying? Because in these areas they call like Seattle and the district, Patty Murray district, whatever, is it enough just to be like under the Democrats? Because Democrats, bro, like, they're giving free shit. They got all these motherfuckers coming up here. Even other homeless people.
Man, it's free, but man, I wish that
niggas ain't going. Yeah, motherfuckers that ain't going to jail. Like, I mean, really, if you even go take this,
bro, we called all this shit. Like, you was even the shit niggas ain't going to jail.
Yeah.
Right? We called this shit like this.
Dark Kent in the building. Dark Kent in the building.
What's up, Dark Kent?
What's up?
Howdy, good people. What's up?
What's up?
Just on this waking back, you guys. Just had to get these together before I had joined in, so that's why it took me a minute.
Yeah, well, shit.
In the middle of something, Jeff, go ahead.
You already know, man. This is a super build, so you guys go ahead and do what you do.
All right, so you was talking about them not taking, let's not say niggas. Let's say they ain't taking nobody to jail. They need to be taking a lot of them other people to jail who's like running around stealing catalytic converters and shit.
Motherfuckers be having 1,000 catalytic converters. And then that's crazy how they could just sell them. Yeah, anyway, go ahead, though.
And so when I be online, you know what I'm saying? I'm seeing a lot of, the other people on there, and they're really pissed off about how people ain't going to jail. And so if we go deeper into our brother that got killed, like the postman last week, right? that dude, that, you know, he should have been in the motherfucking jailhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it real. That dude should have been in the jailhouse. All the shit
Mm-hmm.
he was, you know what I'm saying? But the environment that has been created under this liberal agenda, and let's keep it real. A lot of black people are very conservative in their thinking. Now, it's a hard place for us because a lot of them are racist. But then again, I did a little research on uh, 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 liberals and progressives. Like, you know, they throw this term progressive. It's the new term for the liberal, super liberal Democrats are the progressives. And so basically, if you're dealing around in politics and in your life in Seattle, what you see is you'll see things that are there to supposedly help people, but you will see black people, but you will see white people at the top calling the shots. And it's kind of like this situation. It's kind of like this thing. Like Patty Murray to me is like the white person at the top. You know what I'm saying? She's at the top, and she's got this agenda. But I think their agenda there to, as a black person, help black people, or just to make sure that black people are in check.
Right. That's what it's about all the time. I don't really think none of these politics are truly to help black people, not black people who think the way I do.
Exactly, in check. And so it's like, okay, the history of progressive, I looked it up, and it's basically like it was founded in the early part of the 1900s to basically like the black people and the minorities were like in the unions and stuff, and they were like cleaning the clocks of the white folks because they was undercutting them in price, and they had quality and all this other stuff. So along with unions, they created this progressive party in order to, like, we're going to have a union and we're going to have rules in place to make sure, and bylaws, make sure that we're staying on top of these guys. And so that's basically what the beginning of the party was. So now you got all these people in here saying, oh, we're trying to help people. We're trying to give. Notice under Democrat control, we ain't even got a stimulus check, really. Gas is high as a motherfucker. We got inflation. They say it's 10, but I'm thinking more like a lines of 30%. If you go into the store, it's like 20, 30 cents added on to each dollar.
This shit is ridiculous. And see, I'm so glad you're bringing that up, bro, because a nigga like me who does what I do, people really don't understand how that nickel and diamond, that shit adds up to thousands of dollars. And that's for one person. So this is like $1 trillion transfer, bro.
Yes.
Because we dealing with billions of people. Like, go ahead. My bad for hopping in your bill. These niggas don't be knowing, though.
Then Biden, and this is Biden, Patty Murray votes in conjunction with everything Biden does. So he released
everything.
Yeah, he released that. So you're basically voting for Biden if you're voting for Patty. So he released all the oil reserves. And the gas went down a little bit, right? How the hell did the gas come back up? The shit done crept back up. He talking about doing some more shit. Meanwhile, when the gas went down, he started throwing money at the Ukraine. Like nobody, because we cool, we're pacified. So let me just slide this billions over here to the Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? And when people like they got people in tents out here, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Like under COVID, it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna like city of Seattle was giving out $800 worth of food and shit, all this drop down money, and it's like, yo, gas done went up. We're heading into election season, so he's playing with the weed, right? Him and Patty Murray, they're playing with legalizing bud. They're like, oh, we're going to throw out some convictions. He's doing that Obama shit. Throw out a few convictions, and that'll give us some headlines, some leeway. Nah. See, and then they say, if you vote for us, we'll legalize it. See, they're trying to, like, instead of just doing the right thing, you know what I'm saying? The one that, see, that's what I said Trump should have did before he started to, he should have just legalized bud across the board. Then that fool would be, me personally, honestly, though, watching that whole thing, that whole election, and this is what's brought us here, and this is why Tiffany Smiley may knock off Patty Murray, man. Let's be honest, bro. They say Joe Biden got more votes than anybody in the history of elections. Now, if you believe that, I got some ice water to sell you from Alaska. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit don't make, none of this shit makes sense. Now, these white folks in the state of Washington, these white folks, y'all see them online. You see them, especially under the Seahawks shit. You be looking at the little sports shit, how they wanted the white boy to be quarterback. They want a real white girl to be quarterback. You know what I'm saying? They want a white girl to be quarterback. You there? Oh, here you go. Did I come into the game? What happened?
You there? Chef? Oh, he said you got to take a call. Damn, well, looks like it's just me then. Doc Kent in the building.
I think everybody got kicked out.
Nah, I'm still here. I was just listening to y'all. I've said in the comment that he had to take a call.
Oh, they whacked y'all. They whacked y'all. They done whacked him all. Oh, there you go. I see him. I see him. Yeah. Let's get back to some of this subject matter. Let's get back to some of this subject matter. You know what I'm saying, Tiffany? Because this is all I've been hearing. This Tiffany Smiley. Every time I turn on the TV, you know, if you in this area, you know, the King 5 and everything. You know, these are our channels that we watch around here. And this I can't. But they never really. Other than her husband being a veteran, I don't really hear too much about what she's really actually done and what roles or, you know, I think she said she was a nurse or whatever. And shout out to all the nurses out there. I mean, you're not just born a politician. I get it. So, you know, you start from somewhere. They think that it's going to be a change and we need a change. But do we need 30 more years of this? Do we need 30 more years of what Patty Murray's been doing? You know, it's all up for debate, I think.
Unique and truly the what farmers do for our economy here in Washington State. You know, we're the third largest ag and food producers in the country. Breaching our dams would be detrimental, not just to our farmers and our agriculture. It would mean more trucks on the road, as well as turning the lights out on every Washingtonian. Our dams provide clean hydro energy. You know, Senator Murray's a typical Washington, D.C., you know, bureaucrat who went along with the tides, flip-flopped on the issue. We have technology that you know, protects our salmon. The Army Corps of Engineers just did a research study as well that showed that we have the most salmon now flowing through our locks and our dams than we've had before. So we need to protect our dams. Senator Murray wanted to breach them with no plan to replace that energy at a time when
I didn't hear that there was more salmon. I thought it was a salmon shortage. and that it's always been on a decline.
I'm gonna look it up.
You know, that's right there. You know, it's about just getting up there saying anything. You know, we're trying to eliminate this. You know, if you can't get the job done, just say that. You know, don't sit up here and talk about the salmon. It's been more salmon. It ain't more salmon. You know.
I'm looking it up.
So she's capped. Let me know when you got it. We'll pause it.
Oh,
We are heading into recession with energy costs going up.
You say what?
Well, July 13, 2022, spring Chinook salmon adult returns. Returns surging.
Okay.
Yeah, it says. Hold on. It says that motherfucker surging. It says it's been a great year for Chinook salmon returns in the Columbia River Basin. It's had a strong return of spring Chinook salmon this year. That's this year.
Okay.
It doesn't say all. It doesn't say all. It says there's an abundance of returning Chinook.
Yeah, the Chinook. Yeah. You know.
Yeah. But these are hatcheries. They're saying hatcheries ones.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying that. Yeah.
So they're doing all these hatcheries instead of letting the environment be the way it was intended to be.
Yeah.
And I get it. You know, you fuck up the earth and then you expect everybody to live in it. You know, all these years and years and years of fucking up and problems and all these diseases popping up out of nowhere. And, you know, it's the mishandling of power, in my opinion, you know.
Our dams are essential to our economy,
I'm
to
gonna
our
charge my phone. I'll
farmers,
be right back.
and to our families all over Washington State.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
It's really important to know that salmon is part of our economy, it's part of our culture, and it's part of our tribal obligations. We have a responsibility to solve the declining salmon populations. I have worked very hard at the federal level for us here in the Pacific Northwest to make sure we have the resources to do what we can do. Every year I fight for the Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund that allows us to restore our ecosystems. In the bipartisan infrastructure law, we fought to make sure we had the funds to fix the culverts that often preclude salmon from going back upstream and spawning. And we now are starting to rebuild those. That's a critical part of this. We are working to make sure we're doing everything we can to save our salmon. Now, there was and is a question about whether we should remove some dams. I talked to stakeholders from every part of our state, from utilities to tribes to users of the river, including transportation, and we do not have in place today the resources we need for both resiliency, for energy, or for infrastructure to be able to take those dams down now. But we do have an obligation to make a plan to do everything we can to replace our energy, to replace our infrastructure, so that if in the future that decision is the one thing that will save our salmon, we are ready to do that. We are not today, but I am working hard to make sure we save our salmon in the Pacific Northwest.
Thank you. We will start with you, Ms. Murray, for this next question. In recent months, the January 6th committee made its case with testimony of dozens of Republicans, Trump aides, and administration officials that former President Trump was personally responsible for the January 6th riot. How do you feel about the findings of the committee, and how much responsibility?
Here they go, talk about Trump. You knew that was coming. I want to hear what they got to say about the whole situation at the state capitol, and I want to see people's stance on it, you know, if they're going to stand on it.
I was in the Capitol.
Hold up.
Be able to take those dams down now, but we do have an obligation to make a plan to do everything we can to replace our energy, to replace our infrastructure, so that if in the future that decision is the one thing that will save our salmon, we are ready to do that. We are not today, but I am working hard to make sure we save our salmon in the Pacific Northwest.
Thank you.
We are not today, you know, but they're in a position to save our salmon in the Pacific Northwest. And, you know, I don't know, man. It sounds a bit like you're overwhelmed. You take in so much power, and from General Joe Schmoes like me, you take all the power from everybody, and then you look overwhelmed. You don't look like you're ready to get the job done. You look like you're ready to complain. You're not ready now. It's nothing that I want to hear somebody that's been in office for 30 years. I don't want to hear you say that.
We will start with you, Ms. Murray, for this next question. In recent months, the January 6th committee made its case with testimony of dozens of Republicans, Trump aides, and administration officials that former President Trump was personally responsible for the January 6th riot. How do you feel about the findings of the committee, and how much responsibility do you attribute to Trump?
I was in the Capitol on January 6th. I was stuck in my office. I didn't get to run out of the Senate like Josh Hawley did. I was locked in a room with insurrectionists pounding on my door. I heard what they said. I heard what their goal was. It was to take over a peaceful transfer of power using brute force. I will not ever forget that day. I walked away from a terrifically horrible situation and realized for the first time in my life that our democracy doesn't happen just because you think it's there. Our democracy is something you have to fight for. We can never allow brute force to take over our votes or our voices. I will fight every day to make sure that we never allow those people who continue the big lie, including my opponent on our website.
Patty Murray, you're not going to fight. You're sitting here signing bills and putting your ink on a piece of paper that has to do with thousands and millions of people's lives. You're not going to fight. You're locked in your room, terrified.
And if I could chime in, now I'm not from you guys' city, or whatever, and I know these are y'all politicians or whatever, but me personally, I look at all of these politicians as politics. To me, that's what it's always been, and it's like you saying that these people, you're not going to be intimidated with violence and whatnot. Well, in essence, lady, think about it. You making decisions for the whole country of people to follow. You damn right I might fight about that or have an issue because you're making a decision for me that I may not agree with, that you lawmakers are putting in place. But you got this voting system in place, right, to give us the illusion that our voices are really being heard.
Right.
Come on now, let's keep it 100. Politicians don't give a fuck, man. It's all about control and keeping us distracted and control with what they think is best for us.
Yeah. Now they straight. They get paid big fat money. Even after they out of office. This Tiffany Smiley, she gets in the office. Once she's done, or once somebody beats her out of the job in the next 4 years or 2 years or whatever they do this election, then she's still good.
Exactly.
She's gonna get paid for the rest of her life.
Right. Taxpayers still paying your salary. Even
you
after,
good.
When you
even the Obamas or whoever it is, they good. They getting paid.
Right.
They getting paid for the rest of their life. So let's stop all this bullshit. You guys ain't gonna be in the trenches, laying down, walking around. You're not.
Basically, as tax-paying people, we paying politicians to make decisions for us, dealing with world when it comes to foreign affairs and whatnot. Now, everybody may not agree with a lot of, I guess that's why they have these various different parties, Democrats and Republicans and, I don't know, liberals or whatever. So if people, taxpaying taxpayers are paying their money. Yeah, they're going to want to have a say so or whatever. Now, to the extreme that you're going to go because you don't like or you don't like how you guys are making this decision. I mean, that's, you know, but yeah, just politics and in general, man, it's just full of shit.
Yeah.
It really is full of shit.
Before she changed it in July, to question that election because that sows mistrust in our country for our democracy. It is critical that we hold everyone accountable and never allow our democracy to be taken away. We have to fight for it. I'm going to fight for it. And I want our country to know that this is a critical issue in this election.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley.
Yeah, I don't know who gave you that talking point, Senator Murray, but I have my agenda for political recovery and reform to turn crisis into hope, and I address this issue because our elections are important to the people all over this country. And in fact, you questioned the 2004 presidential election as well. So I think this is on both sides of the aisle. And to be clear and to the point, you know, we watched January 6th, and I had to describe to my husband, who lost his eyesight serving our country, what was unfolding. It was heartbreaking for us. And those who broke the law should be held to the full extent of our judicial system and our law. But I want to be clear on this. My husband lost his eyesight fighting for our country. He's here in this debate listening to us. He lost his eyesight fighting for democracy, and our family lives with that sacrifice every single day. It's certainly why I'm in this fight as well. And so I want to ask, you know, do you believe that me and my family are a threat to democracy, Senator Murray? Because tell everyone here today, either that or disavow your campaign's dangerous rhetoric that has spent millions of dollars to attack and paint
It's
me.
A lot of emotions going on and not enough policies and things that you can do to change this.
Yeah, this shit sound personal, man.
Yeah.
It sound personal.
They're attacking each other on these commercials. Like I said, you ain't over here, so you know they got these commercials going around.
Oh, we get them too.
Attacking each other.
And we, you know, election time, man. Election time around the country, across the country, man. We getting all these campaign ads. Everybody slinging mud at each other and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is funny to me, man. But yeah,
man.
As someone I am not. That's what's on the ballot.
See, we don't need somebody that's distraught, you know, distraught. Can't really keep her composure. You know, she's coming unhinged right now. Back it up a little bit, you know.
Every single day. It's certainly why I'm in this fight as well. And so I want to ask, you know, do you believe that me and my family are a threat to democracy, Senator Murray? Because tell everyone here today, either that or disavow your campaign's dangerous rhetoric that has spent millions of dollars to attack and paint me as someone I am not. That's what's on the ballot this November. I am here to unify, to bring us together, to serve this country. This is not about politics. This is about the United States of America.
Thank you. I do want to ask a follow-up.
So now she's not gonna cry. You know, she got it out. You know, whatever she had to say, she got it out. Okay. And so now she's okay now. She's not gonna cry. The emotion is gone. It's just fake. It's all fake. I read body language. You know, so these are the people that we go up against. This is, you know, I mean, I'm not impressed. You know, I'm not impressed by the 30-year vet. I'm not impressed by the new chick that, you know, thinks that she's qualified just because she grew up on a farm. And you know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. You know, but we'll hear from her though.
on this topic that I don't know that either of you have necessarily addressed yet. We'll start with you, Ms. Murray. What do you say to Washington residents and your constituents who believe that the 2020 election was not valid? You'll have 30 seconds.
I would say, first to my opponent, no one questions her belief in our democracy or her husband's fight for our country, ever. But do not conflate that with misconstruing about the intent of insurrectionists who were using their brute force to overtake the peaceful transfer of power. Using our votes and our voices is what a democracy is about. All of you here tonight are participating in your democracy by being here, but we cannot allow brute force.
Ms. Smiley, you'll have 30 seconds. What do you say to voters who say that the 2020 election was not valid?
I say use your voices and vote. I mean, we have to move forward as a country. And again, Senator Murray's dangerous rhetoric that she spent millions of dollars behind.
Use your voices and vote. What the fuck does that have to do with voters, you know, when they think that the election was not valid? And she said, use your voices and vote. Like, what? That didn't even make sense. That didn't make any sense. You know, and I understand she wants to win. She got a lot on the line. This is more of a career thing with these politicians than anything. You know, you're trying to move up in the world of politics. So of course you got to get this, you got to get that. And, you know, you're pretty much telling everybody a bunch of crap that you really don't believe in. You know, that's what I've been seeing. That's like my experience with politics. I think for this Tiffany Smiley lady, it'll be very advantageous for her to win this election and dethrone, or, you know, I ain't gonna say it's a throne, but, you know, beat out the older Patty Murray. You know, this would catapult her career. She'll be able to, you know, and no telling how long she stays in office or how much she does for it. You know, I don't think she's really worried about that more than just setting herself up for a good career, rather if it's in politics or post politics or, you know, things like that. So you got to read between the lines. You really don't know who's who. Everybody's posing and you know, trying to act like they're holy and, you know, all of this stuff. And then, you know, when shit hits the fan, you know, they want to blame it on the guy that was in office before her. You know, if Tiffany Smiley can't get it done in 4 years, 6 years, 10 years, you know, whatever, she'll blame it on that. She spent half of her time trying to overturn all of the policies and, you know, everything from the White House and everything that Patty Murray has done. You know, I see a lot of that. I see zero accountability, you know, and this is like a cat fight. You know, emotions are going from left to right. Okay. They're going all over the room. You know, they just keep using the same talking points. I have to keep looking at the timestamp like, damn, did I rewind this? Because they keep saying the same shit over and over. You know, okay, you grew up on the farm. That's why I put it on the thing. You know, you've been in there 30 years. You grew up on the farm. Like, let's get to the debate, you know, like adults, and really talk about what you guys can do to actually help us, or what can you do to get voters like me that don't vote down to the polls. Because so far, you know, I wouldn't vote for neither one of you. You know, I'm gonna just be honest with you. You know, to just be the lowest voting, you know, the lowest amount of voters in the history, because I just wouldn't vote. You know, I don't think I should just have to vote just because, you know, it's the lesser of both evils, or, you know, I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to participate in something that, you know, I don't believe is, you know, these candidates are qualified, you know. And I don't need to know what Patty Murray did. I know she's been in there since 92. You know, I was a little boy back then, and there ain't nothing changed. Okay. You know, so let me let her ramble on. I know they're going to hit me with with an ad or something. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like and subscribe button. We're trying to get this channel up off the ground. We're trying to support this channel. We're trying to support all the channels that's linked with us. You know, we all gonna hit the door. You know, not like they did the White House though. You know, that was totally wrong. Somebody lost their life, but you know, we're gonna hit the door. We're gonna hit the door, and once we bust that door open, everybody running in and taking a position. That's what we're gonna do.
Behind all over this state is further dividing us. So we need to vote. We need to come together and know that we live in the greatest country in the world. We are the shining beacon on a hill. We can move forward, and we will move forward. But you know, Patty Murray just goes along with Washington, D.C. I'm here to fight for Washington State.
Thank you. We'll start with you, Ms. Smiley, for this on another topic. We are now almost 8 months into the war on Ukraine, and Congress, on a bipartisan basis, has continued to give funding and support to the country. Would you continue to support the amount of U.S. military support and aid currently given to Ukraine, especially in light of Putin's recent threats of nuclear war? You'll have 90 seconds.
Look, we should never even be in this place in the beginning. Senator Murray and Joe Biden have shown extreme weakness on the world stage. Our failed departure in Afghanistan emboldened the evils of this world, emboldened Putin to take action. And we should have stepped up right then and been tough on Putin immediately. The Senator Murray 2 times didn't want to sanction the Nord Stream pipeline because she would rather line her pockets with their lobbyists than stand up and do what's right for Washington State and this country. So overall, we should not even be in this position, but we are. And we need to ensure that Ukraine has everything they need. They know how to fight. And we need diplomacy. We need
everything they need. They know how to fight. And, you know, we need this. We need that, you know, nothing, you know. It's just, you know, you know.
I was laughing when you said earlier, you was like, man, I'm not impressed.
I'm not. I'm just not. I'm just not. I don't want to spoil it. Like, this could have totally turned into one of the reactions where I was just really enthused and I was digging everything I hear. You know, because I'm gonna come at it, and I'm a happy guy. I don't wake up mad. Like, I can't even remember the last time if I ever woke up mad. You know what I'm saying? But you know, so I'm not just like the angry dude running around, you know, just disgruntled about everything. You know, this totally could have turned into something that I really enjoyed. You know, I mean, the only comical value that I got out of it is just the just scratching and clawing back and forth and the lies and the, you know, the emotion and, you know, coming unhinged. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know, I'm not a politician, man. Let me close my door so I can smoke my weed. You know, I'm not a politician, man.
Right, I feel you.
Let me close the Dr. Hood studio door. You know, I got my own studio, y'all. So
that's what's up.
You know, we getting it. Let's go. Tiffany, Smiley. Let's hear it.
Show strength on the world stage. We need diplomacy, and we need it now. Putin is working with Iran, and I haven't heard Senator Murray at all denounce what's happening in Iran. Back away from the Iran nuclear deal and stand with the women and freedom in Iran. That's essential because Iran is now working with Putin in Russia to get nuclear weapons. This is an extremely dangerous situation.
And everybody needs to know this. Everybody knows what they're doing in the military. Everybody knows everything. You know, it just doesn't sound right. If everybody knows what it is, then why the fuck is the shit still going on? Why do we got more money into the militaries? For what? Because there must be some crooked ass shit going on. You need, when I grew up, I didn't really need any like guns and protection and shit. When I started engaging in the criminal activity and criminal lifestyle and started doing things, that's when I needed the extra security for. That's what the extra security was for, you know. So the U.S., you know, they need to really soul search and make amends with all these people that they've been fucking over for so many years. And maybe they wouldn't have to watch their back so much. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they wouldn't have to do that. We got a special guest in the back. Hold on, let me turn it on let me get it up here so when I bring her in. Bria, what's up?
Hey guys, how are you guys?
What's going on?
What's
Hey,
going on, y'all? Yeah, I've been listening actually since the very beginning. I was just tied up doing a few other things, so I just was able to hop on. But I have been listening in the background and trying to chime in here and there.
Oh
It's an
no,
interesting discussion that you guys are having. Interesting conversation for sure.
appreciate you for coming in. What's your take on
Yeah,
it?
you
What's
bet.
just go off. I just want you to just go off right now.
Well, I mean, something I was just thinking though, you were talking about it 5 or 10 minutes ago. It's just like any fight, right? Like um you see Patty Murray, sorry, and she's like, you know, she's the champion, right? If you're talking like fighting, and when you have a challenger with every fight, if you got the belt, right? She's the champion, she's got the belt. When you have a challenger who comes in and wants to take that belt in a fight, you can't do just enough in the fight to even just win. You have to really go like above and beyond. You have to go so hard. You have to come in with all that, everything you got and more and some, and really prove that you deserve that title, that you deserve that crown, right? And that sort of is something that it's reminding me of that in this debate, is that you see Tiffany Smiley coming in, and she's just like, gloves off, anything she can think of, anything she's going to say, she's coming hard. She wants that position,
She's
right?
coming with
And
the kitchen
just
sink
so
and everything.
dirty, right? Coming with everything. And
Mhm.
that's kind of like the tactic. You'll see that a lot in politics. They understand, a lot of different types of warfares and how to win battles, how to win fights, how to win debates, how to win anything, win people's minds, and how to really take over anything. They learn that, they study it, they practice it, right? There's
Mhm.
a lot of different types of warfares. This is kind of like one of them that you can witness um, in words, and how they say certain things. And it's like, it's interesting, they sometimes they're talking about the same thing, but you wouldn't really know, just because of how they like set up their arguments and the words that they use, right? So you have to be really careful with that too. Like it is important to think about and talk about exactly what these people are saying and how they position it, and you know what they're going to do, what they plan on doing.
What's your take on the dam situation in the salmon?
um my opinion is that they have a lot of massive financial incentive to sell the salmon that you do have to other buyers, people who have already been purchasing a lot of the salmon where you live and come from. And I mean, we know that a lot of Chinese businesses purchase, probably, like, if you probably look into the statistics there, which I highly encourage anyone to do, if you can find out exactly the percentages of which other countries outside of your country gets to actually have the salmon that you do have, you're going to find out that 90% of it is being exported to other people to enjoy the salmon that you produce and have. And that's just true. I mean, that's how they do it. They sit here and they'll talk about a dam situation, and while that may be a situation, it's not the reason why there is no more salmon. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just like a distraction topic. Oh, we'll just talk about this dam, and yeah, people are gonna believe that and buy into that. No,
Yeah.
you sell
It
out
gets you
all
some
the things.
filler. It gets some filler
It,
in the debate, because
yeah,
if you can make it
it's
sound good on
distraction.
those particular parts, people are just probably they got one point to give in each category. So they're either going to give the point to there and there. And then at the end, even though it could have been two relevant topics and 8 other topics that really weren't relevant, as long as I get 4 or 5 out of those 8, and then split the thing that meant the most, that's what makes a close race.
Yeah, but like they're not going to just be coming on here being like, okay, so just so everyone knows, we sell most of our salmon. You guys could have access to this salmon, and we could be able to nourish your people with it. But we just want you guys all to know that we're choosing not to do that. Actually, what we're doing is selling it in bulk to China and other countries who have the monopoly on that particular business deal in that particular place. They're not going to just come and say that, because people are what is it with the salmon at the end of the day? Like for regular people, it's like there is no more salmon, you guys can't have any to eat, prices are all jacked up. Like, what's the facts, right?
Right.
Is that what it is? There's like no more salmon, right? Shortage is it?
What they're saying is, I don't know. I think everything's kind of fucked up. The environment as a whole, this isn't the way it was, but way back in the day, or you could say with the natives, and I mean, it's a decline on a lot of species of animals. You go to the national parks, Yellowstone, and they got some bears out there, but it ain't really as vast as it used to be. Humans, they do anything. My lady, for her birthday, she felt like climbing the mountain, so she went to the Skyline Trail. That's almost 7,000 or 7,000 feet up. They went up there, and there's a whole bunch of people up there. It's just like humans, they cannot stop just invading every square inch of the earth, and just destroying shit, bro.
Okay, so that's a good point. So bring that back to the topic about salmon. Why do you really think that regular people in your community no longer have access to something like salmon anymore? Do you think that it's because humans are so fucking greedy that they just can't have enough of this? It's like a commodity. Everyone wants to eat, it's like salmon, everybody wants it, and they know where they can get it. And is it not true that some business deals may have a way better deal than anyone in your country, and that they could just be, it's a money grab. They could just be selling it to them, which they are, right? And that happens a lot in a lot of other different countries with things like there are resources that they have, and that leads directly back to how strong your economy will be. Like, see, that's the thing. Like, these people make these decisions like this. You take something, just take the salmon issue. They take something like this, and they sell you out. Basically, it's actually kind of like a sellout, right? It's like, okay, so now, people in our community, we won't be able to eat peaches or cherries or have salmon or this or that or rice, whatever your thing is, and because someone else is going to basically buy it all in bulk. It's easier for them. They get paid, whatever, and then all of the salmon goes somewhere else, right?
Right.
And that's for fast money. You understand that it's like take the most amount of money as fast as you can right now. You understand that, but the longevity of that and what that actually does to your economy by selling out like that, basically, and not providing like local basic things that you could provide for cheap to your people, what you end up having to do is import shit from other people's countries, and then those prices get jacked up. So now you're eating shit from I don't know, Ecuador or wherever, and you'll get some salmon from, I don't know, somewhere, Brazil or something, right? And it's going to be more expensive for your people. So that actually really weakens the economy in the long run, which is actually really not that smart of a thing to do. But you see things like that with, like just the salmon issue, for example. It's just one of those really good examples of how you see your government sell you out and for their profit, and then they just jack the prices up, and you have a lesser quality food or thing for more money, and they could have provided everyone there cheap and wonderful fish, but they don't do that. Why?
There's some deep shit on some salmon.
Right? Oh, I can go more.
Man, I didn't know salmon was that serious in this country. Or is that?
Man,
Yeah.
up
It,
here,
it,
the
it
Pacific
kind of is.
Northwest is
Yeah.
huge up here.
It's huge. And like, I'm from even more further north, and like, we have more salmon than you guys, right? And
Exactly.
yeah, so like when I was a kid, we were just mostly worried about the Americans coming and illegally fishing our seas, which they did for years and years and years and years, and fished the salmon, right? And now as an adult, it's like all these other countries, like there's China for one, the Japanese, tons and tons of Japanese boats from where I am from, right? From where I live. And I wouldn't be, it's not very far away from where you guys are. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's happened as well to you guys. Some of these other fishermen coming in, and sometimes they are allowed to, right? And then that's what happens. And then they get business deals and business relationships grow stronger. And at least where I'm from, the Chinese have basically, and others, okay, but have basically just monopolized that. And now people, from where I live, they no longer have access like they used to have. And has a lot in agriculture and other things too. Like that happens a lot. Is that your country will sell you out. Basically, it's a total sellout. Like that's not fair at all, right? You should be able, the best thing for your economy is to use up what resources you can provide for the people who live in your community. That is the way to build a strong economy, not selling everything at highest value out to other people who will pay you more for it, and then importing other products and then jacking up the prices so that your people have a lesser quality of something to use at a higher price. That destabilizes the economy in the long run. It's really bad.
Yeah, they don't think about that. It's just popularity and talking points.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
get to the
trying to
next.
appease the people who are concerned about that particular issue. But again, it's just not the truth. It's just a whole bunch of, they're
That they don't know about. There's a bigger
just a bunch
issues.
yeah, exactly.
They're talking about putting a patch on it. It's a bigger issue. We're
Right.
logging all the forests and just cleaning out. Like when I was a kid, when I was old enough to jump on the bus and go to different outskirts, like that's up here now, it was a lot of trees and stuff. A lot of, what I'm saying? You get outside of that small little nugget of a city, and all the cities that are like big cities now, just all logged out,
Yeah.
And that's what's happening all across. You go down I-90, you go down I-5, they're just building more and more and more, and it's just becoming more of a place. America, it's about numbers. That's why they want to do the population control, just to make sure that, hey, we don't want too many different races coming up at once. We want to regulate who comes in. If it's one of their allies or something, Ukrainians, I don't got nothing against, I think we're all one race as a whole, but it's just a coincidence how, Ukrainians get to come in, but, your Islanders and your Cubans and your, different people, they don't really get that okay to come in, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, it's a big issue. If a lot of this don't apply to me, I identify as a black man. So, a lot of this don't apply to me. Our service, to me, what I studied and everything, it looks like the black man's service is pretty much done in America, and that's why they got all the prisons. That's why they got, we built the railroads, we built everything, hard labor. Now you know, they don't need us no more. You know, the way the country's running, and they got this, and they got the numbers up, and, you know, they got us at a very small percentage. They really don't need us no more, you know. So we got to look at that and turn it into, you know, whatever our efforts are to, so that they actually count, you know, because right now it don't count. Patty Murray's still in there, 30 years. You know, ain't nobody black been trying to jump up in this office. Was it going to be 50 years before a black person is having this same debate? Like, you know, like what are we doing? What are we? Yeah, it's going to be another black person that's going to be dope like LeBron, though. I know one. His name is Paulo Banchero. He's right from around here, you know. He's right from around here. Number 1 pick overall, you know, just scored the most points from a rookie on his opening night since LeBron or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he scored more than LeBron did. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. We got Def Chef is back. Def Chef, what's going on, brother?
Oh shit, I just been in the audience listening. Yeah, you guys talking about the commerce and the abuse of resources, international theft, right? We're just putting some terms to some of this shit. Like how you pointed out, how we're bringing in Eastern blockers, European, right? The Eastern bloc, that's Europe, but we're not letting people from the Caribbean, Haiti, right? Darker skinned people come in. I mean, this is just the type of stuff that we need to hear, right? I think that we do need to comprehend better how these economics work, because like I said before, when you really look at this shit, it's nothing but a wealth transfer. Bria pointed out how we're selling our natural resources, then going to other countries buying shit at a jacked up price, right? But the people who we buying it from, they're the middlemen. It's the same people who exported everything.
Yeah.
That we could have got at a much better cut. Like you know, I'm just loving the conversation. Hopefully more listeners will, because for this information you need an attention span. So hopefully people are able to do that. And yeah, that's my message. I want you guys really to continue, because there's so much more to unpack. I don't want to stifle the conversation.
No, not at all. Not at all stifling. You contribute a lot. Like I was listening to what you had to say earlier too, and you really make a lot of really good points, for sure. But yeah, I just feel like you have to be able, I agree, you have to have an attention span for this particular type of content. And you have to be able to like read between the lines, ask those questions, talk about it, try to figure out what these people are really saying. Like, what do they really mean? What does that mean? What's really going on? They're not going to just tell you, you know, flat out, here, point blank, this is what it is, right? They're gonna, you know, they use semantics and these, you know, plays on words and try to kind of conceal what's really going on, but they know they have to talk about it, but they're super careful and strategic in the way that they use their words and position their arguments, right? They practice this. Somebody else said before, they were like, you know, they already know which topics are going to be presented with, what their opponent's going to say, how they're going to respond, more or less, like, you know, they do. So yeah, it's just a lot to go through. You really do need to take the time, talk about it, be able to kind of sift through things, you know, pull back the layers, you know, dust away the the spider, you know, get through the murk and the fog and really see clearly exactly what's going on, you know. So how long was the debate? It was like an hour and a half or like 90 minutes, the whole debate. And are we looking at like 15 minutes of that debate, or what was that? I wasn't sure.
So we need to show strength from the world stage. That's certainly what I am committed to doing when I am your next senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Putin's invasion of Ukraine was outrageous. We just talked about democracies. We have a responsibility to stand up and fight for those countries who are fighting for their democracy with our global allies. President Biden was right to go to our NATO allies and to our friends in Europe to unite, to go in and support Ukraine in their fight, their brave fight for their democracy. I was proud and am proud to support their fight with our US dollars. We do have to be careful not to get in a conflict directly between the United States and Russia, and that's why it's important that we use diplomacy and bring our partners together. We do have to condemn those.
What?
Wow.
So
That sounds like fear mongering a little bit to me.
how don't you want to get into the conflict, but you're giving money to the conflict? Like I don't understand that, right? So you put your dollars out there, you know, what would you do if you heard that somebody put a whole bunch of dollars on you and your organization against you? What would you do? How would you feel about that person? You know, and I guess Russia's not going to feel some type of way. It's not going to make the whole situation as worse, which is violence. That's all we're talking about. And these are most likely cultures that, or I mean, you know, they've been conquering shit forever. So when are they just gonna say, okay, enough is enough? We've colonized. We've you know, I don't know, man. I just see, you know, America does a lot of, I see America do a lot of things that they say is godly, you know, Christ-like, you know, it's Jesus' name, you know, that they did the same stuff that they say another country does, and it's the devil, you know. But I don't know if I could say that on YouTube, right? You know, I don't know. That's just what it seems like. Maybe I need to study politics a little bit more, but just the support and aid for Ukraine, you know, it's,
You know what, I absolutely hate it when politicians use religion in their campaigns. I believe that they should not be allowed to do that, in my opinion. Like, imagine no politicians were no longer even allowed to mention religion at all, period. It would be so different, because they really use that to play on people like that. It sometimes ends up just being like a religious debate, right? Actually, a lot of times. Yeah, I think, imagine you just stuck to only the facts and took religion completely out of it, where you weren't allowed to use that to, I don't know, influence the audience or the public whatsoever. Like, if there was just a rule, you know.
Countries that are dangerous, and I do every day, Tiffany, obviously. But I will say that it is important for us to stand up and fight for our democracies around the world. Ukraine is one. I'm proud that we are working with our NATO allies and our European friends to show a united front that we will fight back against Putin.
So they're going to fight back against Putin, you know. Ray Midnight in the building.
What's up?
What up? What's going on?
What's up, Ray?
What's going on?
That's simple.
Voltron. We Voltron now. We got 5. We're Voltron. We got the power now.
Yeah.
Who want what?
I just wanted to chime in real quick on the to piggyback on what you said. I didn't really hear the whole conversation. I love the topic that you're bringing up the debate. That's relative. I like that. Although it may not be exciting, but it's something that we should actually at least take a look at.
Yeah.
So in our state, it ain't the most glamorous topic, but I love that. You're being yourself. You're not following the mold. You stand local. That's good. We need that. Ain't nobody else that I know personally is doing this. Personally, not saying there ain't.
Right.
I like this. But my point, I was just going to say this about the Ukraine thing and this whole aid thing, you guys and ladies and gentlemen. Listen, it's irritating. Because for me, I'm of the one that I'm 43 years old. So when I keep seeing this support and aid thing, I feel conflicted. I feel confused. We have this national delusional debt. Okay. Right. We have this delusional national supposed debt, right? That we don't got no money for it, nothing. Okay. We have we're spending, our deficit is crazy. We go to every Congress every year to figure out the budget, right? We have no money, right? We're supposed to be going into this recession that's coming up soon, right? So why? We just came from a long traumatizing war where we funded Afghanistan billions and built their homeland and shit that they didn't even really ask for us to do. If you ask their people, that's why we're ultimately out of there. But we had money that we didn't have. We spend it on the Department of Defense, not as much as we did, but a big bulk of it still goes to the military. We're still sending weapons to a country that, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, historically have done much for us. I mean, but that particular country, Ukraine, is supposed to be allies. But, what I'm saying? But we're broke, but we're sending them aid. We're sending them, but we still have our own issues here. There's still money that needs to be built for stuff here. We know that y'all know the narrative. That's why it irritates me when I hear a candidate speak about support for Ukraine aid. Why are we still supporting them for? Is that because ultimately we're going to end up going to war ultimately with Russia by helping them out? Is this what this is going to ultimately lead up to? That's what I feel like. I feel like this is ultimately going to lead up to that because we keep ticking at it. We keep ticking at it. We keep ticking at them. You get what I'm saying? Yep. No different than Iran and Afghanistan. We keep ticking at Iran. We kept ticking at Iran. We kept ticking at Iran. All nuclear powers. Okay? So we're so broke in this country, the richest country in the world, but we're steady sending weapons to Afghanistan that the terrorists are using now, that we supposedly never had negotiated with in the first place. Now we just gave them what we ultimately built up. And now we're over in Ukraine doing the same thing, helping these Ukrainian people when there was black folks in Ukraine that were being turned away when it came to them to get up on out of there, to get away from the wars. But here we are having a debate, or here we are looking at a debate where we see support for Ukraine. Why do we have to support Ukraine? Why is that the talking points of Democrats is to keep supporting Ukraine? What is the benefit for us to support, to keep giving Ukraine aid? We were broke when there was a COVID epidemic, but we were still sending money over to somewhere else. But there's never no aid for no wars in Africa, the wars and the genocides and nothing. But there's always some element of helping out somebody that's not beneficial to us. So when I think about politics, it's like, I don't know how is it, a lot of that shit's not beneficial to my everyday life.
So it feels like I'm voting on a talking point. If you guys, you know, I don't know if you guys, if you understand where I'm coming from. So politics is real tricky unless they're speaking for you really, really directly. And in Washington State, as Black folks, there ain't too many politics that's speaking to us. I mean, look at that. Tiffany Smiley grew up on the farm in rural Washington. You can't tell me. What can you tell me? You can. How can you speak to me? Period. What do you know? How many Black friends do you even have? Mexican, cultural. None.
None.
Patty may got a few, but that's only because Patty
Am I
been
logged
there
in?
30. But Patty don't look like she hanging around nobody like us too often either. But I fucks with Patty because
Oh, I'm in
I
the shower.
recognize her. I recognize
Yeah,
her.
you
I
in
know
there, Politic, bro. You in there. What's going on?
I was just wanting to make my point. None of these two women resonate with us at all.
Yeah, but
At all.
she resonate with me. You know why? Because she can lift that clip ban in terms of like gun rights. That's the only thing she can really do. And well, you know, another thing Tiffany Smiley would do will have more police on the streets if she it'll be a learning curve for her if she got up in there. She won't be effective first term. So anything she's saying that she can do, she ain't gonna be able to do that shit. But she don't got the connections.
That's it.
But she got the complexion.
She gonna depend on her connections from the GOP side. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The gun rights thing is for Black folks. They're slowly winning us with the gun rights because we know we about that gun life, right? We all just about need that. So you're gonna win that with Black folks nowadays because we're leaning over to the conservative thoughts of having guns. You know what I'm saying? No matter what mass shootings is going on, with the way we're being treated, we're leaning over about gun rights more than ever. So they're going to win. You're not going to really go against. We're not going to go against with the gun rights, Black folks, because we're going to be like, no, we want our guns too, like white folks. So that's a winning thing more now every year. That they're winning us with the gun rights thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But in order the Republicans to get to us, to where it was when it was our grandmas and grandmas that was conservatives, when it was Black folks was the first Republicans. In order for it to get back like that with us, it's going to have to take us to control that narrative to get it back to what we feel like conservative is and get those older folks out of there, because all we're voting for is talking points. Are you for the war in Ukraine or not? Vote for Patty Murray. Are you for the Trumper? Then don't vote for her because she's a fan of Trump. So it's
what? Me and you on the same page with this. You know what, bro? Honestly though, man, I think I don't know. I think it's time for Patty to get her ass up out of here.
Been too long.
She's
Patty. 30 years in office.
30 years,
Since 1992. That's what I should have put up there instead of 30. I should have just put since 1992. That seemed like more than 30.
That was 2 years when I got here. I was 12 years old.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the
so
true test
she been there.
The true test of who Patty is
but we've been conditioned to like Patty.
Yeah.
We've been conditioned to like Patty.
Right.
My parents, used to, they like Patty.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
But niggas don't know nothing Patty done did.
I don't know nothing she did.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know damn squat of what she did.
Right.
Before. Oh yeah.
Well, you got it.
Oh, before I hop back on with you guys, I let my phone charge. But I was listening to the debate part, and when they were talking about Smiley was hitting her on the homelessness and all this other shit, and Patty reverts to some, I got a bill with a Republican colleague that's going to give mental health services to workers, to nurses and shit. Tiffany's like, there's fentanyl all over the state. And Patty Murray's like, well, we're going to give mental health to nurses.
And that's where I would agree with Tiffany Smiley. That's why I would agree.
Yeah, Tiffany, I mean, I know before I left, we was asking what the Tiffany Smiley's a nurse. And I looked at Patty Murray, what Patty Murray did before she was in the Senate. And she was a teacher, bro.
First of all, I'm fucking Tiffany Smiley tonight. That's what's going on. That's what's going on tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
She is on. I will give her I am the African of don't be a menace. I am still pro-black.
Let's get her back down here.
Do you?
Let's get her back on here.
Of our African brothers and sisters, I will
get her back
give
on
you
here.
the business.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know how they do. They're gonna bombard your boy with the ads because I'm too cheap to get the YouTube premium.
They bombarding us because I got premium too.
The cleanup of the Hanford nuclear site has been going on for decades. Federal funds for cleanup have focused more on building a plant to turn radioactive and chemical waste into glass, but not necessarily at addressing leaking tanks. Do you agree with this approach, and if so, why?
Cleaning up the Hanford Nuclear Reservation is one of the things I do for the Pacific Northwest every single day in my role.
Because you had 30 years to do the shit. You know what I'm saying? Right. You had 30 years, Fatty. Like,
because my cousin's ahead of that shit.
But notice how she never goes in there and says, I've been here for 30 years. Because there ain't shit that a 30-year-old vet that you've done should be proud of.
Right. Nothing.
There's nothing that you can be proud of that you can justify the fact that you've been in office for 30 years, lady.
Bro. And
what are we talking about here?
Hey, Hanford, I got a little insight on that.
Let me back her ass up because
my cousin is the head of that shit.
She going ham. I gotta back her up like Juvenile.
Bro, it's privately owned.
Right.
They turned it over to a private company. Hanford.
Yeah.
My cousin's the head of R&D at Hanford. He's a nuclear scientist. That nigga, man, they turned it over to a private company. It's not even a government.
Wow.
Yeah. It's Hanford, and there's another one in North Carolina. They're linked together and owned by a private company. She talking about some shit and didn't tell the people that they sold it to a private company. It's not even the government.
That we will fight back against Putin.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, the cleanup of the Hanford nuclear site has been going on for decades. Federal funds for the cleanup have focused more on building a plant to turn radioactive and chemical waste into glass, but not necessarily at addressing leaking tanks. Do you agree with this approach, and if so, why?
Cleaning up the Hanford Nuclear Reservation is one of the things I do for the Pacific Northwest every single day in my role on the Appropriations Committee and as your United States Senator. We have a moral and a legal obligation to clean up the Hanford.
She ain't had one mop down there.
Nathan.
She ain't had one fucking mop or cup of coffee at that motherfucker, bruh. What the fuck is she talking about?
I hope it's underfunded, bro. My fam has worked for it. He's the head of it. He always talks about how underfunded they are for the cleanup and the leaky tanks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's firsthand knowledge. That's all he talks about.
Wow.
It's hard for me to be like, it's hard for me to be like, we need somebody new. Because she looks young and fresh. And so I'm kind of.
Who, Murray? You talking about Murray?
No. The
Or
other
Tiffany Smiley.
Smiley's young and fresh. I just because we need new and younger in there, but I just don't want the same talking points and thoughts that comes with that. Because it's basically like you might as well keep the old hags in there. If you're gonna come in there and just support the same shit, you get what I'm saying?
They got to earn our vote back. They got to earn our vote back. See, they've been in there so long, they ain't got to earn the vote. They
don't got to do nothing.
Yeah, with the little car salesman. See, Patty been spitting. Her game is weak. We're all game spitters here.
Patty gonna be the one that probably gonna give you the EBT and shit. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times in the black community, that's enough. You know, they'll buy your ass off for $180. You know what I'm saying? And thousands of us.
How much are they? How much are they giving? How much are they giving single black men?
$180 or something. 100.
It's 180. Okay.
190 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A single black dude without a job.
Okay.
Could probably go down there today and get $180 or something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. But you can't. What is it? You can't have nothing legally going on, right?
No.
And they still got that in place.
Yeah. Well, if they find out, you know, you probably get it for a couple months, and then they'll find out and dock you. You know.
I just don't like these. It's why do we care about? Why is that matter right here in Washington about support for Ukraine aid? Why? How does that translate into my everyday life? When I hear her talk about that, that turns me off.
Because they care more about Ukraine than us.
Right. That's what I get from it.
That's why. That's the only reason why. And you wouldn't feel like that if it didn't seem like that.
We just got done giving away billions our whole lifetime with the Desert Storm.
But we can't even get no reparations. We can't even get forked out nothing for reparations. But they got all this money to go help these. Like they getting reparations just by them being able to come here and live under these laws and protection.
Facts.
Something that we fought for and died for.
Yeah.
That's reparations right there.
Yeah.
They getting that.
Yeah, I got one for you. It's funny how they send money to Ukraine and try to help them in their cause, but you got Haiti down here, and they give them a totally different treatment.
Man, it's like a delusional thing. It's like a talking point to be like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we're very kind. We're very kind. So I like being kind. And, that's why Trump was starting to be liked, because he was so straight to the point and didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
This Tiffany Smiley, it took a few pages out of Trump's book.
But everybody can't do that. A woman's not going to always sound trying to be like Trump. It ain't going to fly. Everybody can't do that. You get what I'm saying?
Tiffany Smiley, she ain't really it, but there's only two people running, so it creates, and we know Patty ain't it either. We know it's time for Patty's ass to be up out of there. It's time, in my opinion.
So this is more going to be about Patty needing to get her ass up out of there more than Tiffany Smiley being qualified for the job.
Man, 30 years. Man, come on, man.
It's kind of like, they was tired of Trump. So let's hurry up and get Biden. They just wanted something different.
Yeah. And we got to be cognizant of the fact that if Patty's up, if the people get Patty, not us, but the people get Patty up out of there, the governorship may fall next. Or it don't really, honestly, it don't even matter so much if Tiffany's over there. It matters because they can still make. They ain't got control of the Senate anyway. The GOP got control of the Senate. That is one more vote. Where the real fight is going to be governor, Because the governor, they can throw everything they want at the governor. He can just veto all that shit. The governor is going to be the big race. But the Tiffany is more of a litmus test, and it might signal to the Democrats they better get their shit together. Because they really on some bullshit right now.
Period. They ain't got no fucking backbone like the Republicans and Trump did. They demanded what he gonna do. I demanded that I have these Supreme Court judges to paint the narrative for the next 20, 30 years. You guys had time to fucking do that, and y'all was being fucking soft on the fucking shit instead of forcing shit like the Republicans did and going through loopholes to get their fucking way.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? It's just a matter of Patty. It's just a matter of Patty ain't resonating with me no more. You get what I'm saying? And not that you ever did. All Tiffany has to do is say the correct few things. Because people is going to choose Patty because of her comfortability, and she, like y'all said, she's experienced. She's comfortable. She don't even have a look like she's going to lose.
Yeah. Let's talk about this Roe versus Wade real quick. I just want to segue. Let's talk about this Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be an issue because Tiffany Smiley, they're trying to say that she sided with, against it or with it before, but now she's trying to waffle now. And then what's y'all's take on it?
She's not gonna. The Republican talking points is gonna be the Republican Supreme Court because that's who put them in there to make those laws. So she's by default, she's automatically gonna get hammered with her because that's a Republican move. You get what I'm saying? So she's gonna have to be prepared in these elections, midterm, however, local, regional, whatever. They're gonna have to answer to what the Supreme Court ultimately did because those are Republican Supreme Court judges. So they got to find a way to agree because it's going to sound like a contradiction to them. So as a woman, this is going to be a hard thing. That's what's going to make it hard for her as a Republican woman.
Yeah.
To defend that.
That's the only way Patty's going to win is the abortion. Otherwise, Patty would get swept up out of there.
That's it. The Roe versus Wade is the Republicans better have some real good talking points, or this Roe versus Wade decision they made it easy for certain Democrats to get their seat back.
Yeah.
Also, you know what I mean?
There's that unspoken group of transplants. Like you guys drive around the town, you see all these license plates from different places. Like that's going to be very strong in determine. See, that's why I say. Well, I was talking about earlier when Patty was talking about the immigration. We want immigrants. No, y'all want the immigrants up here because that these transplants are a considerable voting block. Like if you look at the data, how many people move to Seattle each year, but if you look, a lot of them people ain't moving from liberal places like just us being in the street and look around at these license plates, bro. They not moving. They moving from Republican places like Florida. I see Texas. I'm seeing like stuff like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, they're not. And see, if you look at the data on Patty at a 48%. That 48% of voters she got a lead, but Tiffany is like 41, bro, right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's just the messaging. She ain't got to do nothing but say something that's going to resonate to today's what's going on now, other than a talking point. She's only 41%. That's all she has to do. But if she's going to go off a talking point like Trump and there's no real, and it's the same thing, like a same newscaster from every city saying the same thing, then she's not going to win. So you got to get Patty off her comfortable. She doesn't look uncomfortable. She like, this young bitch ain't going to be able to tell me nothing. Vote for me. You already know what time it is.
Well, no, wait. But this is the thing, though. The thing also is that if Patty can't get the voters excited, she won't win because in places where they have low voter turnout, that's where Republicans tend to win. Like, look
Right.
at black people. We're not really excited about the voting.
No, we're not voting.
That's what
We're
I'm
not
saying.
really, we're not doing that.
So, yeah. Like, well, I got my voters pamphlet, dude. I thumbed through that shit and tossed that shit in the pile. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? What's gonna change, besides what's going on right now? Is the gas going down?
If Smiley go on there today, if she says in this debate, and I ain't seen all of it from 33 minutes ago, if she says something today or in this thing about the homelessness and tent city shit that's going on in the drug epidemic that's going on in rural Washington where she's from, then she can win easy.
She did.
No, she jumped on that. She did.
She can win easy.
I think it's around 30.
Well, she jumped on the Chinese though, and how it's coming through the border and shit, Mexican border.
If because the immigration thing is because we know why, like you said, we know why they want some of the immigrants here, because they need different kind of votes from foreigners. But we know from foreigners in Florida, Cubans, that they vote Republican. We know a lot of Mexicans check off white on their job application. Okay, so that does not favor that. There's no guarantee that if we bring, other than Haitians, when the Haitians had to come over here, we might, when they had their moment, when they had to come over here, but Ukrainians, let's not forget what color are Ukrainians, okay? So at the end of the day, if we bring Ukrainians over here, they want more votes that they think Democrats think is going to swing their way. And there's no guarantee of that if they're not getting anything supplied to them immediately. You ain't going to be able to sway them unless you're doing something immediately.
Yeah, and the Haitians, they had the Haitians at the Mexican border, as people don't remember. They had them down there chasing them down on horses.
Under the bridge, under the hot freeway. Big farm. It was huge. We don't talk about it no more, though. Y'all notice that, though.
Yeah, I think it's the King 5 version of the debate. It's like 38 minutes. I think that's when Tiffany starts to go in talking about the fentanyl. And if she hammers on just two things, fentanyl, if she just keeps saying fentanyl and hammering on the crime, she can beat Patty.
She can.
Just like you said. That's all she got to need to talk about. Stay off abortion.
Stay off the Trump shit.
Stay off that shit. And she could beat her.
Yep. That's it. Period. Because that's what's going on in Washington. That's a big topic going on.
Father Time's undefeated, And Patty, it's about time for her to either play the back fade or just hang up her cleats. It's been a good 30-year run. That's a historical run, 30 years. To say the least, for women, she's been in there 30 years, beating out men for the job, so.
All she gonna do is be a lobby. All she gonna do is be a lobbyist.
Listen, she's paid. She's been in there 30 years. She got her connect. She got her money up. She's paid.
Yeah,
when you keep getting reelected, you're trying to secure the bag. You know what I mean? You're trying to make sure your lobbyists, like you said, it's because if they win, you still winning for others too. Because if I win, that means y'all win. You know what I'm saying? So if she went on both sides, so you're right. She's still trying to keep going for the lobbyists and keep their protections of what they've been receiving during her terms.
Yeah,
what's that pork belly shit?
Yeah, she voted down cheap prescription drugs. Her and Cory Booker were the only two. They had that vote for the cheap prescription drugs from Canada, and Patty Murray and Cory Booker. Y'all can Google it. It's a true thing. But she act like nobody don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Like she voted that down. And it was a big story when it happened.
Yeah, she was part of some big laws that was signed in the law. She was standing there on a few shit, a lot of shit. She's a
Yeah,
big
she was on.
She's a big Democrat now. Don't get it twisted. She's a big Democrat.
Yeah.
You know,
Let me
she was
look at
side right there with they were signing some laws with the president. So she was right there front and center. So she
Yeah.
ain't gonna be easy at all.
Shit, Joe Biden did what? 8 more years than her. Joe Biden was in the Senate for 38. She's in there for what, 30?
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So she's part of the elite squad that's like you know, she's a long timer, but she's not
been there.
Right.
She's been to the White House numerous times, you know, meeting multiple different presidents. You know what I'm saying?
Two Democratic,
Real four. She done seen about four. Because she done seen George Bush, the first George Bush. She got in there in 92. That means she's seen the first George Bush,
Clinton,
you know, Clinton, you know, the other Bush. George Bush, Obama, Trump, you know, Biden. You know, she done seen about 5 or 6.
And was in front and center on all the Democrat presidents. She was right there. She wasn't playing the background.
Yeah, it's right here. 2017, before I lose track. Patty Murray, Maria Cantwell criticized for vote to block prescription drugs from Canada. The vote by proposal by Bernie Sanders aimed at making it easier to import inexpensive prescription drugs from Canada. Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell voted against it. Because we could have been going to Canada and getting our mom's diabetes medication.
See, they teased us. They teased us with the Bernie vote. They teased us like y'all almost got him. You almost. We gonna tingle them right. We gonna dangle them right over your head. But no, no. Nah. They dangled him. He was almost there. They like almost. They going fishing.
Our first obligation is to protect those workers who are there day in and day out in dangerous conditions, making sure they have the training and the support and the gear they need to be safe in cleaning up that site. We are making great progress in Hanford. I've had to fight Republican administrations. I've had to fight Democratic administrations to make sure we get the resources we need to clean up that nuclear site. Glassification is happening. It has taken us a long time to get there. It's expensive. It will be expensive for a long time to go. We also need to clean up the tanks that are leaking into the Columbia River. This is one of the most important.
So they've been leaking the whole time. And you know this. So now you're going to get on here and act like, oh, it's a whole lot of shit. It's a whole lot of shit. But it's a whole lot of shit that you haven't done in fucking 30 years. So what makes you think that I believe that you can change something now?
Yeah. It's like you know that you get in trouble and all of a sudden you down with the Lord and you got a little job, but you got busted for slanging and you're in court, so you try to go to court. That's what she's doing. It's like, oh, the election's near, let me pop up and say I've been doing this, pop myself on a committee, and she ain't really did shit.
She's like, basically, it's like, let me tell all y'all what's fucked up with this car, you know.
Yeah.
And you guys could sit here and decide if this Tiffany Smiley chick can handle this, because I haven't been able to handle it either. But it's like she's not ready for the abuse that it's gonna take to tackle this. And I've already been getting abused and thrown through the mud, and you know, I can handle if I go 4 more years or 2 more years and still doesn't get anything done, I can handle that a whole lot better than this fresh Tiffany Smiley, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a sad day in politics, man.
Look, hey, Dr. Hood, I'm looking at Patty Murray's record. At the whole time she enacted 34 bills. she is sponsored. And these bills she passed Foundations for Evidence-Based Policymaking Act. She passed Therapeutic Fraud Prevention Act. She passed Preventing Superbugs and Protecting Act. She passed a technical amendment. She passed Evidence-Based Policymaking Commission Act of 2015. She passed Poison Center Network Act. She passed Transportation. She passed a HUD Act, Appropriations Act. She passed a Green Mountain Lookout Heritage Protection Act. What is that?
Right.
She passed Mental Health Access.
Environmental.
Yeah, she passed his Mental Health Access Act of 2012, Dignified Burial and Other Veterans Benefit Improvement Act. She passed another, let's see, I don't know what that said. Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2011. Airport Traffic Control Tower Act for Spokane. Airline Flight Crew Technical Corrections Act.
Where she's from.
Yeah,
I think they said she went to. Did she go to Wazoo?
She went to Wazoo. She from Bothell. She went to Wazoo.
Okay, yeah. She from Bothell. She went to Wazoo. Yeah. And
Poison
then
Center Support Enhancement and Awareness Act. What was this? Ho Indian Tribe Safe Homelands Act. A bill to designate the Port Angeles Federal Building in Port Angeles, Washington, as the Richard Anderson Federal Building. She passed that. Like this shit, bro. What is this? Wild Sky Wilderness Act of 2000. She really ain't passed nothing lately.
Environmental? Botanical?
Yeah, naming buildings. Bill granting the consent and approval of Congress to an interstate forest fire protection compact.
Pork belly shit. Lobby shit.
Now we're back to 98. This is in the 90s when she first got into office. She passed a slew of things. She passed what is that? Digital Equity Act. That was 2021. What the fuck is this shit, bro?
We gotta play the game like they playing. We have to have somebody like that where we got lobbyists that's because see they ain't going off their salary they get from when they came in. They getting paid for the lobbyists to pass the bills they need to be passed. You know what I'm saying? We don't have nobody in office that's like that for us. That lobbyists is paying them to make sure that the laws that we are talking about is passing too. It's basically like having a sponsor as a government person. Every one of them got a sponsor, but just make sure my shit is being passed through these laws you signing, and I'm gonna make sure you get back when it comes to time for these election $1,000, $5,000 private dinners. I'm gonna make sure my donation is going. You're gonna make sure you're gonna be spoken up for. We don't have nobody sponsoring us to make sure that what we want passed is going through. This has been taught to us.
No,
politics.
The last person was probably Jesse Weinberry.
Oh, that was similar to that.
Yeah, he was like the last. He was trying to re-implement. What is that shit called? Affirmative action. That was like 3 years ago. And then the Chinese got together and knocked that shit down. And they had all the signatures, and I think the Chinese lobby out of Chinatown. They lobbied. They had Gary Locke on there because, matter of fact, it went out under Gary Locke when he was governor, and then Gary Locke changed his mind. He said, because back in the day, every job you had to have a brother there. Back in the day, if you guys, some of the older cats might remember, like if you go into a place ain't no brothers, you was getting that job because affirmative action. They had to put somebody up in there. But see, now you go to a place, they be all white place, and you
because they feel like they did their job. Okay, yep, we did. We get You know, we
Yeah,
showed y'all we could be diverse. Back to what I back to regular programming.
yeah. But then the Chinese were saying, after that case with Harvard, they were like, nah, because they were afraid that the minorities, the other minorities, were going to knock them out of their slots in Harvard and other places because they're like, oh, we're Chinese. They won't hire us now because you have to have a quota. They won't hire us. So they
Yeah.
lobbied and effectively ended affirmative action. So then Gary Locke was like, man, I'm sorry, I signed that shit. So Jesse Weinberry was like, they were trying to, it's all up in the Seattle Times. And then look what they did to Chinatown now.
What?
Destroyed it.
What do you mean? It's not like Chinatown from like when we came up over there no more?
Nah, they about to get them up out of here, man. They about
So
to
you
get
guys
them.
know better not to, because Def and Dr. Hood, y'all from that side, y'all know what Soto was like before all the other stuff.
Yeah,
So
I was working over there up until probably like 6 months ago. They got them up out. They're getting them up out of there.
Is that right?
House of Hong ain't even there no more. They got House of Hong. They ran them. All them restaurants that was down there. They got that little spot where Cow's at down to Wajimaya, and that's basically where it's at now.
Cow still there?
Yeah, Cow's still there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Just that block, bro. They started to just close in on them, and now they starting to complain and shit. And then they were sitting there trying to blame niggas for beating them up, so they got that shit passed. Yeah, that last year. Yeah, and so, they was all on deck with this shit. Patty Murray and them was on deck. The governor and them was all on deck. But they talking about we was beating up the Asians, but the white boys ran up in the governor's mansion. And he didn't do nothing about that. They say you can't have guns at government events no more. That's at protests and shit. That was the last thing he did. So that's where it's at. Yeah. He Jessica Weinberry tried to do that shit, man. And he almost got it too. Oh, it was like a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like close. Because remember back in the day, the UW used to have the EOC office. So cats in the hood, that was like a lot of them cats you see running around saying they went to Dub, got in through the EOC office. They used to have an office with some brothers working in there, and then you go up in there, and they'll just kind of bypass the regular admissions process. You can just go to the Dub. Yep. And that was back in the 90s. So, but man, I don't know. I think Patty probably might squeak it out, but it's not looking good. I mean, if it ain't gonna be this term, it's gonna be the next one. And then when I used to go to them meetings, I used to go to like a government shit, like those fundraisers and shit. Me and my significant other, we used to go. Me and her used to go to these things because she's connected politically, right? So we would go, and they'll be all there. The governor, all in there.
Right.
Ferguson. What's his name? The King County executive. He'd be there, and it was like they have a hierarchy. They got a line of succession. It's like okay, you got Jay. So Rob Ferguson, when Jay gets tired, is gonna run for governor. That's how they got this shit set up. That's why Rob Ferguson was sitting up there suing Trump all the damn time, trying to keep his name in the headlines so he can come back and run and be governor. And then the guy, the King County executive, Dal Constantine, they're going to have him either run for Ferguson's slot or run for Patty Murray's slot. And see, that's how they all lining this shit up. You see, they didn't have
things in place.
Yeah, that's the line. That's the line they've been running right now. I see it. I've been to a lot of them fundraisers, and I see how they're lining this up because they always would appear together, you know. And And they got a little slot for the Tacoma Mayor Woodward, for Trisha Woodward. They're trying to slide her up in there on some shit too. Once she's get done with this little Tacoma Mayor shit, they about to
Right.
slide. So what those four right there is what but see Patty, man, and Patty survived this shit. When is the election?
Next month.
And they
Yeah.
people these
ID.
yeah,
Yeah, no, it's first week of November. You know.
that's next week.
We need a pact. We need, like how they got their own coalitions to where they have their own private dinners with our own people who's running for camp. We need to stand behind somebody and pay for somebody who's gonna pass the laws that we need. Have the same kind of co-packs that they be having at conventions. Black folks don't have our own coalitions that speaks for us
Okay.
at these things with our own lobbyists or our own people that's behind us. We don't have a pact where we could pay for a whole coalition when we have our own private dinners to where there's no cameras and no phones to where they could actually really tell us what we want to hear, and then they have their talking points for the media. That's why they have these private dinners. So those who can afford it, we have that when Trump got caught in those conversations, of course those wasn't supposed to get out. That's for a reason. Because those are the ones that's paying for him to pass them laws. We don't have that in our community. We're scared to put our money behind someone that's going to pass our laws.
You know what? It's easier than we think.
It's
called a super PAC.
A super PAC, right?
A political action committee. You could go online and draw. I was actually this close to doing it. Draw up a PAC.
Yes.
In literally 30 minutes.
Yes.
A super PAC in 30 minutes. Shikundi set up a super PAC.
Oh, did he?
My problem with the whole vote now thing. My problem with that thing is he's kind of firmly entrenched with the Democrats.
Oh.
Gotcha. I got a lot of, love and respect, brother. But like, and Shelley Seacrest over there, who be fighting a good fight, but she's a precinct chair of the Democrats.
Okay.
And I see her making waves, and they had Lakita Oliver over there.
I remember Shelley Seacrest. I remember when she was first started, she had a lot of hype behind her. I remember that.
Yeah, she's a lawyer, and I ran into her. Matter of fact, up there at Tacoma at City Hall a couple months ago. She's up there defending some brothers. She be doing the work. So, but I mean, they side with the Democrats so early. It's like, have you been co-opted? I'm not questioning their integrity, but it's a question.
There should be more of a balance, is what you're saying. There's no conservativeness in this pack, is what you're saying.
And see, what I was thinking, like, okay, this idea, like, okay, this is what a lot of people are trying to railroad Black people from. They are starting our own third party. Like, you'll see all the people online, Tariq Nasheed, they don't get with Dr. Hood. They don't be doing that over here. See, you go to Tariq Nasheed, or you go to, like, I go on there, or go on, like, with even with Michi is kind of she's not impartial. Right. But you go to a lot of these places, but none of them give you the idea that you need. The idea is that all these Black people, we get together and we have our own party.
That's it. That's it.
It's the only way.
Simple. It's just that simple. And put the money and resources behind that. They have no choice but to listen to us if our vote is so powerful.
If we got a third party that can split,
period.
And another thing is even how co-opted the Republican is and how fucked up they are in a lot of ways. But in a lot of ways, it ain't fucked up because you can really go in there and set up shop fairly easy.
Yeah.
Because they have a need for messaging. You could go up in there and say, like Democrat, we go up there and set up shop. All they'll do is put somebody up against you to get you up out of there.
Right.
like they're doing down there. They do down there in Georgia and Florida and them races. Like if you come and you're like a pro-black candidate, they'll just stick a Reverend Warnock who's over at
Right.
Martin Luther King's church in your face and be like, see,
But considering that Reverend Ward, but they'll, like you said, they'll make him the pro-black, but he's really not what we refer to as pro-black. You get what I'm saying?
He's a moderate.
He's a moderate Christian black. You know what I mean?
He's a moderate.
Right. He's not.
Meaning, and he's a fundamentalist, and I mean fundamentalist in terms of funds. He requires funds for his vote. Like, okay, I'm going.
He also puts religion in his politics. I don't know about reverends being politicians. Like that goes back to what the lady that was up on the panel was saying earlier. I think something about the religion and politics. Yeah. You know, it's murky.
Yeah, like I'm still here listening. You guys have been talking and doing such a good job. I haven't felt a need to chime in and break up what you guys had going on. But yeah, like I had said, I was wondering, like, imagine you just took it completely out, because I'm not a fan of that at all. I think it's actually completely wrong to be able to do that, because you take something like that and they know exactly what they're doing. Like I was saying before, it's all about, it's like it's tactic and strategy. It's a type of like warfare, right? They're winning this like battle right between each other, and they're using us, you know, pawns in the game to try to persuade persuade people's opinions and cast their votes for them in their favor so that they can go off and do what it is that they want to do. They often use religion to persuade people's decisions and people's votes, right? And it often ends up even just becoming a flat out religious debate and religious campaign, which I think is like totally wrong, right? Like there are some other countries in the world who actually, they just like have a rule, or it's like a law where you just can't do that. It's just, and you just can't, you just can't, like you wouldn't even be able to like go on a panel wearing like a little cross or something. You'd have to remove it. The Muslim guy, you know, no religious rhetoric or even attributes or any little things. It just, you're not allowed to use it, right? And I just was posing the question, like, what do you think would happen, or wouldn't that be interesting if you kind of just took that off the table completely? Yeah, like I'm totally against using religion. A lot of people, not only in politics, will use religion to, you know, they like criminals do it all the time. Like you see these people often convict extremely heinous crimes, and then suddenly they just are like, oh, I'm saved now, and and they usually will link up with people in churches and people people who feel like in their own hearts or minds or whatever that they have to forgive you. So then the other members of the community see and they say, oh, well, you know, these people have forgiven them, they have the love in their hearts, God has forgiven them, okay, we all believe that. So now we all have to too. And it's like such a mind fuck, right? And anyway, that just doesn't belong in politics. It just doesn't, in my opinion. And
it's a crutch. Like you, Worsnacky's in there. Why do you got to put Reverend behind your name when you run?
Well, yeah, like you're talking about specifically like people in, you know, like or like a reverend or a leader of a church or a group. You're talking about that person coming and directly running for office, right? Which to me, that's always really suspicious, right?
And you know what? You know what? I got something for you.
Yeah.
Okay. You say I agree in the total. So listen to this. Al Sharpton is not a reverend.
No.
Jesse Jackson is not a reverend. Think in your mind how many times, think how many in your mind what church are they over? And have you ever seen them doing any sort of service?
Yeah,
Now
see,
that's
that's
right there.
just so they will use even these like the word reverend to even get people to imagine or to
Yeah.
affiliate them as being a certain member of society. It's just a complete you know
They don't have a church. They have coalitions. Rainbow
Okay.
Coalition. What's
Yeah.
what's the name of Al Sharp? It's a coalition. You get what I'm saying? But they're
Yeah.
coalitions of politics. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Super
right,
PAC.
right.
Super PACs. Exactly. They were super PACs. Jesse
You
almost.
know,
Remember, Jesse tried to run. So did Al.
Universal Life Church can make you a reverend in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, you have 5-year-old and 6-year-old kids now who are supposedly reverends. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I agree with you. It's you basically it's like a crutch, you know what I'm saying? But it never worked for black folks.
It's a badge. It's a merit badge of credibility. It's supposed to give you moral high ground against anyone who is ever going up against you for one, and it's
That's
a badge
exactly it. It gives you
Yeah.
like a moral high ground, and it's just like another tactic, another strategy to use to get into the minds of people who are, religious or whatever the particular religion is, and for them to, I don't know, like you more or have some kind of a relationship and a connection to you. Sorry. So
Yeah.
that they can try to create a connection with people, and they use that. And I just think it's wrong because I just don't believe it belongs in politics whatsoever.
And then when we think about Reverend Jesse and Al and what they tried to do, as we become older, we've understood their background stories of their scandal as supposed reverends. So I mean, it's like, God damn it. Y'all supposed to be reverends? Al, you was a snitch. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesse, you did some very questionable shit to
I
where
know all about Jesse.
politicians don't even really you in the back. You way in the back now, Jesse.
You know Jesse's up in the town. You know about Jesse, right? From back in the day. Jesse Messy. They don't call him Messy Jesse for no reason. You know Jesse got rude. He was up in there messing with the high school. I ain't gonna say that, but I'm saying I'm gonna back up on that.
Yeah, I
know.
know.
Yeah.
The truth is the truth. I mean, the truth is the truth.
Messy Jesse.
I mean, we can't deny the truth, but they were reverends though.
Yeah.
They were reverends though. You get what I'm saying? And we see when it comes to the black vote and support, ain't nobody looking for Jesse Jackson no more. Like it was in the 80s and 90s, or early 90s, I should say. We look into these lawyers and Al Sharpton, and the only time these guys show up is when there's a big black news death, and they want to go preach a sermon around it.
You know what? I ain't gonna lie and say I like some of the stuff Jesse done, but I do recognize who Jesse is.
When he in the civil rights years, yeah, absolutely.
You know, trying to go get people out, you know, that's been hostage. I can fuck with that. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can fuck with things like that. I can fuck with him running for president. Because you know, everybody got the right to do that. You know, stuff like that. I can fuck with some of the shit he say. But you know, lately, he's done his son, you know, that whole thing is
he had a good run. Jesse, when he ran for president, that was the time he should have ran. You know, he had the backing, everybody was behind him, the civil rights leader. He was side by side on the marches with Martin. He had the backing, but again, he ended up turning like his son and like the DC mayor back in the day, Mayor Marion.
But he didn't really have the backing. The whole thing was theater.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his whole legacy in regards to that, now in hindsight realize it was theater because of the things that I know personally about him from his dealings messing around Northwest, and I know that's what they were keeping in their pocket. So he was only going to go so far.
So okay? So you would know this because you're more wise and mature. I'm going to assume and you're more experienced in knowing about this. So was Jesse the prototype of the show Scandal? Was he? He was in there pulling the Clinton. He was the Clinton before the Clinton. He was in there getting head in the whip.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
He was getting head in the whip.
Yeah, he's definitely. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Messy Jesse. Oh man. Oh man.
He was knocking them down in the office, huh?
Oh man. Yeah.
Well, move on. What?
But I want to put a term up. A term is called WASP. I think I said white Anglo-Saxon Protestant is a term that's not used a lot.
WASP.
But it is indicative and kind of like the underterm for people who, like when Kanye went on his rant, and you hear Russell Simmons, you guys can Google that, what he's talking about. He mentions WASP a lot in his when he's saying. It's like, yeah, WASP. He said WASP wouldn't give us money to start our record companies.
Oh,
but the booze did.
Terminology matters.
And I was like, WASP, and then look it up, and I was like, oh, so the WASP power structure, which we can all assume who that includes, and then you say the Protestant at the end. If you look, that whole term goes like what she was saying, yeah, like that, man, you gotta look into that term.
That's deep. It's deep.
Yeah. And, hey, why don't black people just have their own president? Why don't we have our own election? Like, why we have a black president outside of the elections, like someone just to be like. I guess you can't really do that. That's probably
not as long as we got house niggas and scary. Not long as we got scary people.
Of course you could do that. Why could you not do that? Of course. Why couldn't anyone do that? Why not?
Let's say if someone stands up and say, I'm going to run as president of Black America, and we're going to have an election. If somebody said like a...
Yeah. Like, what would you call Marcus Garvey, when he basically was the leader or whatever at that particular time? You know what I mean? It's not that there was like an official election. Like, I understand what you mean, and that's a great idea. But like, why not do that? You know what I mean? Like, why not pick a strong person to, be the voice and lead?
Because we're hard-headed. We're more hard-headed than we were when Marcus Garvey was alive.
It's the conditioning, right?
Right, it's the conditioning.
Yeah, it's the conditioning. And they saw, they're like, oh, for example, you just take Marcus Garvey for an example, but it's like they saw what he was able to do and what he was doing. And they're like, oh, no, we can't let this happen. We better hurry up and do something, what they did, right? Yeah. And that not only him, so many others, right? Now they said, we're going to make sure that we can never, ever risk that again. And so any strong leader who even tries to emerge and take charge and make some changes for real and do something, they shut it down quick.
Absolutely.
Really quick, right? But I mean, in theory, why couldn't you? Of course you could. Why not? I mean, that's normal. People do that all the time. It's
and you know why? It has to look, okay, for instance, when they did this BLM scam, right? And they had the George Floyd protest, and I did a bunch of shows on this. And if you look at the money, how they raised all this money, right, during these protests, and they funneled the money into their pockets. And if we didn't have the infrastructure in place to have our own thing, we didn't have the infrastructure to catch the money.
The audit the people.
They wouldn't have been able to operate like BLM wouldn't be able to operate if we would have had something in place.
Yeah. Because it goes back to what you said. Like, how come, like, when you bring up Secundi's PAC, like, I didn't know about that. How, even if it's more democratic, why isn't the state as a whole culturally black do not know about this PAC?
Well, we got people that want attention for the wrong reasons. So when they get in, they get traction. When they get traction, they can get the promotion level necessary to affect some sort of change. They hoard the attention.
But why isn't it like a Marilyn Strickland or somebody, you know, who's black, who's in our local politics now, governor, mayor? Are these all folks that's involved in this vote, this PAC? You get what I'm saying? How does that name not resonate with these candidates that's running for Congress now? Like, I remember Marilyn Strickland. Marilyn Strickland had a cookie shop on the hilltop, so I know exactly who Marilyn Strickland is. You get what I'm saying? Like, she ran her own small business cookie shop right smack dead in the hood, you know. So, but how did I not know? Why is she not part of this? If she is, how come I don't know? It's like the message, the information is distorted for what we should know. Now, is that by design, or is it what you're saying? Like, there's people in place that's egotistical, and you know what I'm saying? We got to get better.
Yeah, they're moving for the wrong reasons. Like, like, what happened to the cookies? You know what I'm saying? I like cookies. I mean, you doing your thing and everything. I feel you, but you know, I want some cookies. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, how can she? If she stopped doing her business, has her cookie shop? Is her cookie shop still open?
No.
Did she just dip up out of? That's what I'm saying. She dipped up out of the community, and closed the business.
Yeah. She did.
So she's a professional politician now.
But yeah, because she started she didn't start off in Congress. She started low, and then she, you know, I'm sure you might know the story about Strickland, but a little bit. But she started small, then she ran for Congress, you know, and then she, you know, she got that. Yeah. But I see more of the mayor of Tacoma than I've ever seen Maryland now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mayor, huh?
The mayor is everywhere. But she's getting a bad rap because of what the tent city stuff. But she's in charge, so of course it's, you know, that's the face of, you know, it's going to be naturally, and there is a point there. But, you know, what are we doing about this? If no one's talking about that, that's what I see every day when I walk out the door.
Yeah, so, I was just on Hosmer like 30 minutes ago.
So then you see what right across the street from the hotels, brand new hotel built, and they got to deal with a tent city right in front of their face. And it's weird because we know the homelessness of today isn't just really homeless. There's folks that's really struggling with inflation and their bills with nice cars on the side of the road, but they're staying in a tent. But it's not being addressed, and you want to basically legalize poking yourself with needles to combat the drugs, you know, but you don't want to legalize the weed.
Patty Murray. Here we go. Let's take us back to Patty. Like, did she support Biden giving out crack pipes?
Right.
Because I've been seeing a whole lot of crack pipes on the street.
Nobody. Between the mix of defunding the police, because we know what came from the BLM thing, the defunding of the police. Our calls is longer. We're not responding to sexual assault calls anymore. Our response to shootings is going to be, look, we know that black folks, if they ain't there in 5 minutes, it's trouble. And it takes about 20 minutes.
So why?
Maybe longer.
You know, Sawant's over there. She got some stuff going on at her house, and the police won't show up. They got protesters outside.
Sawant, to me, man, listen. When I was for Sawant because before she ran, she was really out there, and she was saying some things. But then when she got in there, and then she didn't sign off on the Sonics coming back, that was over for me for her. You didn't want the Sonics to come back, and you didn't sign off on that, but you supposed to be for the city. That was it for me. So, I mean, nothing she could tell me no more.
Yeah, I used to know someone. I used to mess with someone back in the day. And
me too.
She
too.
She switched it up. She
got in there, and then that's the scary part. We'll black folks will ride with you, but then you get in there and you get them elitists in your ear and them lobbyists that's gonna pay you $100,000 to make sure you pass their law or their bill. That whole shit changed. That $100,000 check that you ain't making just off sitting there writing bills sounds a lot good.
Yeah.
We need lobbyists. We need a sponsor. We need we can have more than one PAC. I don't mind having a conservative and liberal PAC. But let's talk about the issues collectively and make a decision and put the money behind it. I'll drop $1,000 behind somebody, no problem.
Can it come out of here?
Yeah. That speaks for what's really going on in our community, and that's going to really evolve into something. I would love to keep somebody in for 30 years for that.
Can it come out of, well, what I say that can it come out of here is that can that sort of person with that sort of integrity organically come out of here with the amount of interference we have around us? I can visualize this coming out of somewhere like in a highly black populated area, possibly, because it can sustain itself. But here in Washington, is it possible to sustain a candidate and or a person who will keep their integrity intact at a level to which is satisfactory to the people supporting him or her?
The only way they keep their integrity is if they get the bag, because then you look. I gave you my money to make sure this is paid. Now cats, cats that these are like cats like the Bezos and the Gates.
Yeah.
They're paying for these politics to pass their narratives, and they hold it because I paid you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
pay me.
This is a real solution. What we're talking about, real solution. So the super PAC.
We got the money.
Yeah.
Right. We got the vote. We're powerful.
Right,
we just if it takes for us to start here, that's fine. But we can have more than one super PACs. We know in the conservative world there's tons of them. Of them. And this same super PAC can be applied to getting our people out of trouble. When they're in trouble, when they need lawyer fees, or when they're being rightfully done wrong.
So we have to get
like the shit they said prepaid legal was gonna do for niggas when they had everybody running around with them prepaid legal cards.
Right.
Yeah.
We could tap into our own PAC for those same things to behind the person. We could hold them accountable with our money. This is what Dr. Claude Anderson said. Powernomics, we got to start from levels. We got to have someone in place for us. We got to put the money behind them, and they got to be speaking for us, but translated into bills.
I'm on board with it.
And there could be more than one PAC. Ain't got to be $100 every time.
Hey, hold on. Because we just got to do this real quick for the people who's tapped in who don't know the type of shit you niggas be knowing. You guys be knowing a bunch of shit. Who is Claude Anderson?
Dr. Claude Anderson is basically considered for our culture one of the more black scholars. He's in the same category as Tariq. He's in the same category as any other black scholar that's of recent memory right now. But he's speaking from economics and how do we move the needle for ourselves. He has a book called The Book of Powernomics for us, and there's levels for us other than, you know, there's levels. He got like a building for us to succeed in the political world, to have our world in the same world as the WASP. You know what I'm saying? So there's levels to it, but we got to put our money into them and hold them accountable the same way the WASP does to their own politicians. They got lobbyists. They you know, we'll pay you because you up there. You made it. You made it to be a governor. You made it to be at the top, because I can't get there. But I can pay you to make, that's what they call pork belly fat. That stuff that don't matter, that's being passed. That they don't put in the big fine print, but it's in the background. You know.
And Claude Anderson, he's the one who came up with the affirmative action bill, correct?
I'm not sure.
No, he did.
That powerful.
He did. Like listen, he was a government employee. He knows the system well. He got judges elected, all type of shit.
Okay, yeah, I think I heard
right.
that.
So yeah, you right. Like, as far as the imaging and just the message, but he's did so much work. Like, he's damn near a politician. He's not quite one, but he had real government positions, and he had real influence. You could look it up, bro. He was a cold man. He is a cold man because he's still here.
Yes, and he's speaking nothing but knowledge, but the message only resonates to a few, but it should be for all.
Well, he's the one who taught me. He's the one who taught me about us owning what half of what percent.
Yes.
That type of shit. So that's how I was able to accept the data that the average black household don't have $500 spending money, because if we have 1/2 of 1%, think about that shit. That's crazy. We got a half of that, and that's what we had when we got off the plantation.
And he is powerful. He was on the Breakfast Club. Okay.
Yeah.
He was on the Breakfast Club, stemming from the Hidden Colors documentaries. Like, I believe Tariq's message. Tariq says it correct about what we need to do. He's absolutely correct.
You know what? I like Tariq, but
give it to me.
Oh no, man.
Give it to me.
Oh no.
What is it?
I like Tariq, man. But I got feel. He just move funny to me, bro. I mean, I be listening to him and shit. But
have you guys heard the Mink Slide album?
Yeah.
You know Tariq, man, bro. You guys better get that Mink Slide, nigga. I'm mad at Tariq. I'm gonna tell you why I'm mad at Tariq. I tried to get some Mink Slide t-shirts. Let me tell you what this nigga tried to do to me on the shipping and handling right midnight. He tried to make me pay a whole different shipping and handling for each shirt. I said, nigga, I ain't getting nothing now. I tried to support you. How I gotta, you feel me? I wanted to get a couple shirts, just put them all in the thing and send them.
Yeah, Tariq.
So he got the black business.
That's my criticism of Tariq. I have a bone to pick.
My criticism is this: how you gonna have people? You gonna crowdfund the movie? You gonna crowdfund the movie and then sell it back to him?
You gotta make his money too.
But he made his money when he crowdfunded the movie.
Every day as your United States Senator to fight to make sure Washington State has the resources to clean up Hanford Nuclear Reservation, protect our workers, and keep our moral and legal obligation to this site.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. Yes, I believe that we do have an
I gotta
obligation
jump off. I'll see y'all
clean
later.
up Hanford. Let's do it in an efficient way. Let's maximize the dollars that are spent there.
not drag our feet on it. I believe that those workers need to be protected, and I will fight for them. I'm here for them. That is clear. It's interesting. My opponent, you know, she'll go fight for the government
Not clear.
We need someone who will go fight for the people as well. It's easy to take on the government and get what you need. I will have no problem.
She got her little nonchalant kind of jokingly, you know, everything looks easy, and
I'm here for you. I'm already
it's
here.
easy to take on the government.
You know, it's about time. Well, I mean, she's running a criticizing campaign. It's not really to show her strengths. It's to exploit the weaknesses of the government.
But see, if we put the right person in there, you know what they would be asking? They should be asking, Patty. Well, so name exactly what has been progressional on this nuclear issue since you've been in office for 30 years. Be direct. Be direct with her.
And they know not to ask that because they don't want to be direct. The same shit you be thinking about, they been thought of that. That's how they do this shit.
Talking point.
Like I told niggas, look, I done been like on the panel or a moderator for these things for like a certain network that my partner runs, right? Man, when this shit start, like these cats hang out beforehand, they kids be knowing each other, they spouses be sharing recipes and shit. I'm looking at this like, man, is this real? Like I know it's real because I'm here.
Yeah.
But how real is it? Like even though I got to ask any question I wanted to, you guys kind of knew the type of questions I would ask because you know me. See this whole thing?
Yeah, they probably friends after the debate is over. Just like lawyers, defense lawyers, and prosecutors.
This is some cold shit. That's like, okay, if they said, oh, Jermaine, you're going to be the moderator for this debate. And so I say, oh, so I bring all y'all on and you're the people who get to ask random questions. I pretty much kind of know what Dr. Hood is going to ask. I have an idea what Ray is going to ask. So I'm looking at this like, how organic really is this?
Yes. Talking point question.
Because like the person who brought me in, I'm like, my nigga, you know me. Like you knew I was going to ask these type of questions.
Yeah.
It's just something to think about.
Problem doing that and ensuring that Hanford is fully funded, has every resource that they need to protect their workers and continue to grow and with their cleanup operations out there. I also want to recruit more scientists and grow our labs and our technology and our research that is going on out there. But I think it's important that we have an economy and that we have an environment where it's good to come here, where house prices are lower, where cost of living is lower, that we don't have the rising cost of inflation and gas prices, that people want to come to Washington State. That's certainly what I will fight for.
Thank you.
Wow.
Ms. Smiley, recent polls have shown that Americans are worried about crime rates. How should Congress address crime across the nation when most funding and reforms for law enforcement is decided at a local level?
It's also decided at the federal level as well. We have a crime crisis in Washington State. It doesn't matter if you live in Spokane or you live, in Asotin County or you're up in the San Juan Islands. I've been everywhere. And crime is on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how she just jumped to those spots. Those spots don't resonate with me.
That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? Asotin County, San Juan Islands, you out of touch. So if I say to her, Smiley, black folks have a pact. You want our vote? Come to our dinner. If you don't show up, you're not getting the vote. Period. Because then we gonna hold you accountable for this debate for what we paid you at this private dinner to speak. Are you gonna speak? Asotin County? What's in Asotin County?
Right.
Where is that?
Yeah.
Hey, well, I'm gonna say this: the lack of respect for our vote got showed on a worldwide level when a white man just said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And what's so cold, all our little allies, right? All these people who are for us, who aren't necessarily black, they didn't take exception to that. They're supposed to be like, what the fuck? Nah, bruh. You don't get to say that. I understand what you're going for. What happened was black people themselves was telling other black people who was critical of that shit, you took it out of context.
One thing about it, he didn't make a mistake, man. These dudes are well coached about what to say and what not to say.
Oh man, look, because
you he was wrong?
Huh?
You think he was wrong? On the broader scale, was he wrong as far as the option?
Man, absolutely. Like the thing is that as far as politics go, black people are really living this life no matter what their opinion is. You don't get to tell a struggling black person, vote for me or you're not black, because I guarantee if she get pulled over by the police or we dealing with her pay scale, she black than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? See,
I'm going to tell you whatever I want to tell you because you still going to do what I tell you to do and vote.
Well, you know what? Well, see, now what you're getting on, you're talking to me about my slave master. Oh, well, yeah. See, that's a whole nother thing, right? Like, oh, yes, bro, we wanted a new slave master.
You had better vote for me. Because
absolutely, bro. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When you put it in that context, facts. I agree all day.
Is he wrong?
Yep. Nope. Nothing.
Because
now that I understand the context you're coming with.
Special guest in the back, Willie B. What up?
Willie B.
What's up? Willie B in the building. My audio good?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sound great.
What's happening?
I just wanted to tap in. I'm listening, but I'm tapping in. But I wanted to tap in about this Joe Biden.
Go for it.
Which I was just talking about.
Go for it.
I'm just trying to see what is good about somebody saying something like that. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. How the hell is an old white man that signed the crime bill gonna tell us who's black?
Right.
Did it work?
Did what work? To get in office? That line didn't work. It was all the bullshit that they was pushing to get in. If you that wasn't the convincing line.
No, you're right. But did it work?
But where I'm coming from, what up, Cuddy? Where I'm coming from is that I just feel that the people who are supposed to be our voices didn't have enough pushback, or they didn't give pushback. Like, of course, niggas like all y'all was like, fuck that, right? Even if you didn't really say that, but they have people who are designated, who are supposed to be our voices for these concerns, and I don't remember them saying, yo, what you doing? If you gonna be talking like that to black people, ain't no telling what you gonna say. The type of shit our moms and dads would have taught us.
That's because the pushback.
We had one person that was giving pushback, but we ignored him.
We had a lot of people that was giving pushback. They was just giving pushback to brothers like Ice Cube and Claude Anderson, like y'all mentioned before. That's where the pushback was coming from.
They didn't. Cube was the guy. He put it all on the line. You know, nobody heard him. He had the money,
and they still ain't met with Ice Cube.
And they still ain't. Cube wasn't wrong. He was saying the same thing that we were talking about the super PAC. But no, and he was ignored.
But what I'm saying is this. But check this out, though. You was somebody who was asking, did what Joe Biden say worked? That wasn't what worked. What worked was the fact that they was able to get pushback against Ice Cube by using Vivica Fox and all these other and Lisa Ray and these other chicks that he's made famous in the first place. And then the pushback came. I mean, then there was no pushback because they let Cardi B and Charlamagne and these clowns represent us on black platforms.
Charlamagne the fraud.
Well,
exactly.
They paid them.
Cardi B. But that's the problem, though. But that's the problem right there. They shouldn't be able to just pay us. It shouldn't be that easy for them to just pay us to be clowns like this.
And Cube said it, but nobody listened. You're right.
No, wait. Nah, it is, and I'm gonna tell you why. because them is clowns already. See, this be the thing. It's gonna be difficult because they already got niggas like you. They got all you niggas mapped out already. They had tests for you niggas back in elementary school we didn't even know about. They already knew, oh yeah, this one, this one, this one. So yeah, you're never gonna get a shot. Every so often, somebody slides through.
Slip through the yeah.
Right. But for the most part, they be having niggas pegged, and this is one of my elementary school teachers, old ass woman, Miss Jackson. I talk about her all the time.
What's her
I
name?
got it from Miss Jackson, Bridget Jackson.
I am for real.
So there it go. There it go with that. Like somebody said earlier, they make sure certain stuff ain't gonna happen off the top because they identify the people who got a lot of self-pride and they don't follow.
But I think we allow it though. We allow it though.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And we allow it. It's the same thing Malcolm X used to talk about.
Yeah.
Go in what other community do you see their leaders being comedians and musicians and actors?
Right.
You don't see that. Our leaders are. Remember what Dave Chappelle said during like Katrina or something, and he was like, "Oh, let's tap in and see what Ja Rule." He was like, "Who the hell gives a damn Rule got to say in a time like this?"
Yeah.
That's what we do. We lean on these Cardi B's and these clowns to be our spokespeople, and don't nobody check them.
But we ignore certain ones because they don't maybe have the same kind of idealistic status or financial status, but their message is resonating with collectively more. But their message isn't recognized on a broader scale. Like black folks as a third party, how can you not agree with that? And whether you're conservative, liberal, Democrat, if you're in the middle, libertarian, purple party, whatever, how can you not agree? If we're the most powerful as vote, male or women, how do you not have that collectively in every state to where we form like Voltron in the panel to where we can come to an agreement? We have our own personal thought before we get to state pamphlets. We got
our own individual, our own independent party.
Right. We could have our own pamphlets for our own candidates before it even gets to that state level. You get what I'm saying? So where they give you more simplifying what this person has done. What bills have they passed as a part of city council? What bills have they passed part of the school district? Or what have they done that resonates in your community to where we could forward you to the Congress or to the local, to the state vibes? We need to have that. We need to have that before you can even get to the upper level. You got to come talk to us, and you need to pay us because we're paying you for whatever it is you're trying to accomplish on a more national scale. But you better speak to us or you're not getting in. And that even goes for white folks because I'm not distancing white folks to come into the pack. Because if you can push the narrative, and as long as you are passing the laws in our community or speaking to us, I'm not looking at the color. But it would be more resonating if there was a sister or brother. But they have to be experienced for the big stage. You can't sound like no Herschel Walker speaking for me. Now, I don't know if y'all tuned into that debate in Georgia, but they got Herschel Walker as the black face. He's looking terrible with a speech impediment. And that's who they want to represent as the face of us in Georgia. To make us seem like, yeah, look at this dumbass nigga that we managed, but we gonna stand behind him. Oh, because the name Herschel Walker, the famous running back.
Yep, and he went to the University of Georgia, so he got hometown alliance.
On the conservative side, like they got that one black dude that's over there, that's been there for years. The ruckus of the conservative black folks. Like, how is our congressional black caucus not more unified? How is that not a thing they're not coming to our hoods to speak? They're not.
Because what do they get out of coming to our hoods to speak? What do they get?
They don't see it as nothing. But we're the beneficiary factor vote that you need the most. You know, and they'll swoon the woman to get out there and do it because they know women to get out there and go to the voting polls quicker than us guys. So they know who to talk to. It ain't us men. It ain't us black men. Let's speak to the gullible black women, the Roe versus Wade, the ones who has a problem what's going on with it. They know what to do. But we have to change the narrative. And until we change the narrative, it'll continue to look like Smiley and Murray that's talking for black folks.
Everywhere. My opponent, Senator Murray, June of 2020, she went on the Senate floor and she called for funds to be diverted from our police force. And then she disappeared and she went into hiding. And what I've heard all over Washington State is, in fact, we didn't hear from her until she came out attacking you directly, Tiffany, in June. Our cities are being destroyed by crime. Our police are not being supported. In addition to the crime, we have fentanyl all over our streets. I went to a homeless encampment to help clean it up and understand what their barriers to help were. We're allowing a humanitarian crisis to unfold right before our eyes. We're allowing people to poison themselves to death, and we do nothing. Just go along with DC and do nothing. What I will do in my agenda for recovery and reform is ensure that our police officers have access to federal grants for $5,000 retention and recruiting bonuses. I will work closely with prosecutors, especially Seattle City Attorney Ann Davison, to make sure that we prosecute repeat offenders. There are things we can do. We can ensure that Title 42 is never lifted until we have a plan for a secure border. These are things that play into crime. And crime's out of control. Patty Murray's to blame. You can look at her record by going to pattyversuspublicsafety.com.
Your time is up. Thank you.
She's becoming unhinged, although she has some valid points, but to blame Patty Murray, is very convenient. It's very
funny.
Is it not? She's got a valid point. Patty been in office. She was there when it happened.
Patty ain't got that much power. Patty ain't got that much power. Let's stop. Patty ain't got that much power to be.
That's not. But the optics thing.
Patty ain't Frank Lucas, bro.
Okay, so then who should we be talking to? The mayors?
I mean, they don't. They don't really give a fuck when the black communities was looking like this with crack cocaine and shit. You know what I'm saying? All my family members and shit was strung out. They didn't really give a fuck. I didn't hear none of this shit. As a matter of fact, they was locking motherfuckers up 20 years for fucking rock.
Oh yeah, I don't feel that bad about it. No,
and disenfranchising us, chasing us around for a bag of weed, and we couldn't even get medical marijuana dispensaries and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I remember about the ravishing of my community. Now it's like, okay, a lot of us is too smart to fall for that okie doke now, so it's affecting other communities, and that's when I see that they really care.
No, that is now you're right. See, but it's affecting the suburban rural communities now. Right. So now it's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, and now it's even termed different. Now it's an opioid crisis. We had a crack epidemic. They got an opioid crisis.
Which sounds worse. Opioid sounds worse.
Opioid don't sound worse than crack. I'm sorry.
Opioids is what opiates. Opiates comes from plants and all that, grains, all that. Opiates is white.
But it's wordplay, meaning these are opioids are more attributed to prescription over-the-counter type of drugs, more sophisticated.
Crack is more like cluck shit.
Yes, a straight up tweaker,
crackhead, exactly.
Yes, street drugs, and this super predators and thugs, and who fits that category?
Yeah,
but we call them zombies today, though.
And those guys are in a prescription coma. It's like a prescribed coma from
the wording is everything. But we see the images, though. The images can't lie about other than the word. So that's starting to override the misinterpretations. You only can misinterpret what you see for so long. So, you know, you're right. The words do matter. You're right. It's wording. Wording does matter. In all cases, you're right. But we can't deny what we knew what the whole thing was with Dare. That was to destroy our community, and it was intentionally done. This is a real epidemic that they want to reword to make it seem like this ain't the wasps that's struggling what the black community did in the 80s and 90s. So they're trying to, you're right, they're trying to dilute what it is. But now you're right, I agree. They're trying to do something now, but they still not.
Yeah, because it's a problem that's affecting them. It wasn't a problem before.
No,
right. It wasn't a problem to our communities locking up all of our leaders and you know, all of our black people and, you know what I'm saying, fathers and everything. That wasn't damaging, you know, but this little ass fentanyl motherfucker, that motherfucker's real damaging. You know what I'm saying?
Big time.
I just see how they treat different monsters.
And fentanyl is another prescription derivative, man. Fentanyl is in prescription drugs, and that's what I'm saying.
You're right.
Right.
You're right.
Fentanyl is an opioid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a derivative. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get her back in here because she, you know, we ain't gonna let her out of here. She almost gonna get out of here because we, you know.
Ms. Murray, you have 90 seconds.
We just heard a whole slew of things that I'd love to take time to rebut, but let me just say this. Crime is an issue that everyone needs to address at the local, at the state, and at the federal level. That is exactly why, under the American Rescue Plan that every single Republican voted for, and Tiffany Smiley said she opposed, we put resources in there for our police officers so they could stay on the job and fight. And our communities are using that funding now and need to continue to. In that slew of a response, you did not hear anything about gun violence. This is an issue we need to address. After Uvalde, we made some small steps at the federal level, but we need to ban dangerous weapons. We need to ban assault weapons. We need to make sure that we have really good background checks and enforce our ability to make sure that those who are dangerous do not have guns. That is what I fight for, because gun violence is a part of this.
Let's go down that rabbit hole. Talk about gun violence and when, you know, everything what she's talking about. You know,
she's right.
Ban of assault weapons and stuff. Is that necessary?
Listen, for me, and this is just Ray. I think that in the world that we're living in now, as for my culture, for my people, I think that we all should protect ourselves. I think we all should have protection for ourselves to where we're comfortable, like we're carrying a gun like it's cologne, and for women lipstick, to where you're not ashamed to pull it out when needed to, and ain't afraid. Because in our state, not our state specifically, in our world today, where black women and other women of color are dealing with being snatched up, I believe that we should. But I also believe that we don't need no machine guns. What the fuck do you need a machine gun to protect you for? Okay, you probably won't even be able to get it off right when it comes time to shoot it at somebody, okay, because of the jerkiness of it. You don't need no AK-47 to walk around with. Leave that to the people whose job is to supposedly protect and serve, for them to have those. In the Army, okay, I respect you in the Army. You can have you have a privilege of getting to an abundance of guns, but what do you need a whole closet full of guns for? Okay, to protect yourself, if you're not even going to be able to get to those closets of guns when it comes time. You don't need no AK-47. Now, it's your right, but you don't need it. You don't need no AK assault rifle in your home unless you're hunting, and even hunters don't need no assault rifle. So that I agree with that. Get the assault rifles off the street. The background checks should be more thorough, because we do have a world where there's people that's mentally ill, that's misusing guns for the wrong reasons.
So you mean the AR-15s?
Anything that's machine gun, that's you machine guns. What do you need a machine gun to protect yourself for? What do you need a machine gun?
Well, you
And
don't. People don't have. You don't really see a bunch of quote unquote machine guns. Machine guns, I look at it as fully auto rifles. You don't see fully auto rifles.
Well, what I mean by machine guns, that's the old term, but we call it fully automatic and assault rifles today. But yeah, it's the same thing. So what I mean by that is that the access to having them, you could just go through YouTube and see in different cities and black neighborhoods with mostly MLK on every street that got assault rifles when they go to the store. How is that? How is these kids able to get these kind of it's been a thing. I mean, when I was younger, it was probably
rifles it's like 18 years old or some crazy shit. Ain't it?
I mean, but the background, I mean, there should be more.
Yeah, you can own a shotgun at 18. They do thorough backgrounds though. See, I'm gonna tell y'all something. A lot of this gun control stuff is propaganda, man, and y'all gotta. It's pretty obvious.
Right.
A lot of this gun control is propaganda. Because you got to think about why, for one, the Second Amendment was even written, is because those people that you said are quote unquote supposed to protect and serve us, what happens when they turn against the people? That's what the Second Amendment is for.
Agreed.
So you get a lot of this gun violence and stuff that's happening. You don't see legal gun owners shooting up shit.
Right.
That's rare.
Right.
So I don't think the problem is the guns. I think the problem is the people that got the guns.
Right. So if we're not having real mental evaluations, whether you're old enough or not, to show that you're capable of owning this powerful weapon that has a capacity to kill over 10 people in a matter of seconds, that's a problem for me.
But the people that are doing this are not the people that are legal gun owners, is what I'm saying.
Right.
You're not seeing concealed weapon permit owners going in and shooting up schools and stuff.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the battle is being portrayed as if they're trying to get rid of the ones who's not even doing that owns guns.
They're making it seem like people are just slipping through the cracks and like the gun owners are dangerous when the people that own guns ain't the people going around causing violence. You know what I had to do I'm 43 years old. You know the shit I had to slip through to be able to own all these guns I got legally?
Right. Right.
I grew up with niggas selling dope, running with gangs. Like, most of my niggas I know can't get no gun because they got felonies.
Facts.
I'm one of the only niggas I know that got concealed.
Right. Me too.
So I'm not the problem. So
Right.
So that's what I'm saying is this shit is aimed towards people. Like, it affects, these laws end up affecting legal gun owners, people who aren't doing the violence.
I agree.
They're trying to take away power. You got to think about that, Matt. This is just another way to emasculate men. They're empower women over men. Take away the guns because they've been empowering women, especially in our community, and now they want to disarm us. We're dead if that happens. I'll deal with the gang violence niggas. I'm strapped.
Right. Because they don't want to do nothing but shoot anyway.
They're not my problem.
Right.
They're a problem in our community, though. Don't get me wrong. They're a problem in our community, but they're not our problem, though. Because we're not messing with we're not running with in these circles.
Right. You're right.
And the other part you didn't address is mental health. I am working right now with a Republican colleague. We hope to pass a bill by the end of this year to help with mental health resources for our frontline workers, making sure that they have beds, that they have training, that they have the capability to help people with one of the most critical issues we face in this country today, mental health and substance use disorder.
Thank you. And you brought up gun violence, so I want to ask a question about that, and we'll start with you, Ms. Murray. The Senate recently passed bipartisan legislation, as you just mentioned, to address gun violence. But would you support further steps at the federal level, such as reinstating an assault weapons ban, restricting magazine capacity, or limiting ghost guns?
The answer to that is absolutely yes. No one should have to worry about walking in their neighborhood or sending their kid to a school or going to a movie theater or to the mall about gun violence. We need to do everything we can to address the issue of gun violence. One thing I am working on is that we have never done any research on the issue of gun violence and what causes that. Why? Because the NRA, who supports my opponent, says we couldn't do any research on that. Finally, last year, I got money for the CDC to do research on what is causing gun violence. And when we have that research, we will better know what steps we can take at the federal level to reduce the issue of gun violence. I will fight every day to make sure that your kids don't have to worry about somebody coming into their schools, that you can walk through the streets safely. We as a country stand up to the NRA and fight back and make sure that we put public safety first.
Did you know that there's a simple combination of natural ingredients that will help you poop out pounds of old rotten waste in your culture?
Poop out some pounds because you've been on that fentanyl and you're pooping pounds. Hey, man, listen, I ain't paying my subscription. This is Dr. Hood. It's always Hood. You dig? Let me get this dude up out of our hair before he poop out some more pounds.
We need to ensure that we protect our Second Amendment rights for law-abiding citizens, and that we keep weapons out of the hands of criminals. Again, crime is out of control, Senator Murray. You are to blame, and anyone can go to her record at pattyversuspublicsafety.com. 30 years in the Senate, and this is where we are. And it's not just guns, Senator Murray. There's families who are worried about people on the streets swinging bats. Students at University of Washington, they have to wait for someone to stop swinging a machete around before they can come out of their class. A woman was violently assaulted just walking to lunch in downtown Seattle. And she looked around and she said, what do I do? And someone said, don't call the cops because nothing will happen. So it's clear that we have a lot of work to do. That is clear. We need to, I'm honestly, I'm proud to be endorsed by WACOPS, the Fraternal Order of Police. They know that I have their back. They know that the back of a society is law and order. We need that more than ever for our kids, for our families all over Washington State. Senator Ray, she has good talking points for Washington, D.C. I'll go fight for Washington State, for our kids, and for your families.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley, do you believe that humans are contributing to climate change? What should be done to address impacts?
Yes, I grew up on a farm. Farmers, there's no better stewards of land than farmers. And I believe in protecting our planet, doing everything I can. In fact, I'm honored to be endorsed by the American Conservation Coalition, along with the Conservative Conservation Climate Solutions, C3. They know that they have a fighter in me who will ensure that we are protecting our lands, that we can plant more trees. What I'm worried about is Senator Murray shut down our energy independence and she gave it to enemy countries that hate us. Last time I checked, China and Russia, they don't have any environmental standards. So if we really care about the planet, we will do it right here where we do it best. Because we're ruining our planet by allowing these enemy countries who have no standards to emit emissions in our air. So I will fight to work with our local governments. When you talk about forest management, Senator Murray, those forests started by man-made fires. And I certainly would have led the charge of working with local officials to get in front of that and to stop them. But I know getting the input also from local governments all over Washington State is the key to better climate solutions. It's best handled at the local level with the unique situations that come up. And I look forward to ensuring that we have forest management so we stop these out of control large forests that are burning continuously every
Stop
single
the
year.
cap.
Thank you. Ms. Murray.
We just heard a whole slew of Republican talking points, but we certainly didn't hear any issue, any way that my opponent is talking about how we reduce the impacts of climate change. This is having an impact all across our country. Here in Washington State, we are seeing the impacts of drought and extreme heat that keep the fires that start, the wildfires that start, from being able to easily be put out and to last. And we all see the health effects of that smoke in the air that we have been breathing for far too long. It's causing asthma, it's causing health effects of many people. We all have an economic impact here. We are losing some of our critical industries, like our shellfish industry, because of the impacts of climate change. I was proud that Democrats took this on 2 months ago in the United States Congress, and we passed the biggest investment in climate action in the history of this country. Not one Republican voted to help us do that. We voted for climate change investments because it is the right thing to do to move to a new clean energy economy, where we begin to develop that new energy technique and begin to sell it globally instead of having to buy oil and gas from other countries. This is how we become energy independent. This is how we lower energy costs. We are making major investments, and it will move our country forward.
Thank you. And I want to follow up with both of you, and you'll each get 30 seconds, because I'm not sure that either of you answered the first question, which is, do you believe humans are contributing to climate change? Ms. Smiley, you'll have 30 seconds.
I mean, we need to protect our environment and our climate. We all live on this planet. So I think, to be clear, we need to have an approach. And my agenda for economic recovery calls for
The answer is yes, ma'am.
unleashing our natural gas and our oil
Yes or no?
pipelines
Not
so we
answering
can
the
lower the
question
cost.
again.
Just say yes. It's just pretty, geez, just say yes. That's the talking point. Walking around the answer should I be talking about? You just sat there and said we all contribute to this earth. So pretty much yes.
Right.
Just say yes.
She got to be fancy and defiant about everything. She wants to be the one that rocks the boat. This is she took a lot of Donald Trump's talking points.
But she can't though, because if she was raised on the farm, then that means she would have to know about nature.
She doesn't know. She just lived there. She just lives there.
Well, that's what she said though. She said she was raised on the farm, so she knows how it goes about taking care of the plants and earth and all that stuff.
All cap.
You can't.
She ain't got no orchard or no shit.
It gets climate change.
She on a farm and going to the grocery store to get vegetables and shit every day.
She's going to Whole Foods.
Right. Like, come on now.
Whole
Are you eating off of your farm? Or
Whole
you just got
she
a farm?
Going to QFC.
You know.
Because you can't say that, and your party as a whole is against climate change, and we know nature is a part of the creator. So if you ain't taking care of nature, then you can't be for me. You can't be for me if you ain't taking care of nature, because if we know how the glaciers is melting. But the thing is, don't nobody want to talk about the green energy, because that means we'll have to unlearn the way things was. We'll have to jobs
stop
will
being
be
so
lost.
dependent on petrol.
Right, jobs will be lost because you have to shut down all this gas shit that's been clogging the air in order to make way of the green shit, the solar panels. So you got to shut all that down. Yes, jobs will be lost. But this, in order to save the climate and stop using gas shit and petrol shit that's polluting the air, green is the way. It is. But a mass amount of jobs will be lost. Like when the coal industry stopped, it hurt a lot of people. But it has to be done if we're to survive on this earth correctly. If we're not all out here rebuilding trees, and we're not all farmers out here, climate change does matter. But the folks that do know what's going on, they know that the glaciers is melting. They know, they see how it's more hotter in October than ever in our lifetime. They see that. But they also know the demographic nature of the who's taking over the world. They know that the wasps are declining demographically. So how do we shut that down? We don't give a fuck about the earth. We ain't part of that. We can't survive. Wasps can't survive on the climate change. So what we'll do, we'll destroy it. We'll destroy it. Make sure you guys survive. Hey, if we're dying, y'all coming down with us. Let that car keep on pumping out all that black smoke. We don't care. We dying anyway. So yeah, they don't care about climate change. So she's a walking contradiction because her whole party. Well, but WASP is the thing that the guy Politbro brought up is the term that they used to know for white Anglo-Saxon. You know, it's a term without actually saying white people, wasps. You know, it was a term that he put me on to, like, oh, okay, that's the term. So yeah, you know what I mean? It's a term. Wasp is white Anglo-Saxon people. You know what I mean? So they know what they're doing. They know that there's never going to be no agreement about climate change from Republicans ever, because they're built to destroy the climate. They don't want change. There's no solar panels coming out no Republicans' mouth. It's not happening. So she'll be a walking contradiction because she's a farmer that has to know how to take that has to take care of the earth. So she's going to run into a problem.
For you now, immediately, while we work for a long-term perspective of the all-of-above approach and expand our green energy and our clean energy. Washingtonians should not have to suffer for some DC pie-in-the-sky idea of climate.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, you'll have 30 seconds.
You just heard a plan to increase emissions. Our plan to stop the effects of climate change is to lower emissions. And that's what our bill did. And yes, humans have an impact on this. When we use products that create emissions, when companies do, it creates climate change, and we need to address that. What you heard from my opponent is let local cities deal with this. That's what corporate America wants. I think corporate America is what contributed to climate change in the beginning.
Thank you.
It's like the rich against the poor, almost, you know.
Yep.
Just like, okay, you include on this and everything, you know. You just want to get that last sentence in to let people know that you're really here for the poor people, you know, and that she's more for the, you know, was probably good for the environment, but gonna put a dent in your pocket, put you probably farther in a hole, you know. So don't vote for her.
But yeah, I agree. But see, the thing is, they know, Republicans know, if you take away all this emissions, all the gas, all the polluted stuff, the money's gone. Because when it comes to solar and you depending on the sun, that don't take no money because it's coming from a source in the sky. You know, you getting electricity from the sun. So how are you going to charge me a bill that I'm getting my electricity from the sun or wind solar thing? Oh, they don't want that, because then my bill, I don't need to pay no electric bill no more. I don't need to pay no electric bill no more. If I get an electric car, I don't have to pay this expensive ass fucking gas anymore.
But you don't think they would find a way to regulate it, though? Some
Of
sort
course,
of tax or something? They charge us for water.
Today, even if they did regulate it. Because again, if I'm using solar panels and wind, if every city had wind and solar, electric solar panels, why would you need an electric bill to regulate? How is that going to
maybe not an electric bill, maybe a solar tax or something. You got to think about it. Yeah. Some sort of a tax, or to where they regulate who issues out these panels. I mean, you got to think about it. The earth is like 70% water, and we get charged for water. We pay water bill.
Right.
So it's hard for me to believe that they couldn't find a way to regulate solar energy.
But see, at the same time, it's much more easier for you to go get and build your own solar panel than opposed to waiting on to be. So folks can work around that regulation if you get in solar and wind panels, because me and you can go build that ourselves. You
Who
can't
knows
just
how to
go
build
build no
solar
electrical
panels?
water line from the lake to your house. You get what I'm
It's
saying? You can't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But no, I'm saying who knows how to build solar panels?
Well,
There's
I'm
more people
saying
that
to
know how to
you.
go down to the well and put and get some water out of the ground than know how to build solar panels.
Okay, but so would it be okay? Let me ask you this, because it'd be much easier to learn how to go to YouTube and know how to build a solar panel than to find out how to be an electrician and figure out how to wire this meter that they charging me for, so I can make sure I ain't getting charged anymore. Than for
Well,
me
I'm
to
not
go
talking
get a
about not
solar
getting.
panel.
I'm not talking about getting charged from. I'm talking about sourcing your own water
Right.
is something most people or more people can do than can source your own energy from the sun.
Right. But it's natural, right? You can do it though, right? Is what you're saying. It can
I'm
be
sure
done.
you can, but the
Right.
thing is that's what I'm saying. Then they start regulating who can manufacture panels and blah blah blah, and they just take over the industry.
Same with weed,
Then you
right?
got to go through them to get right. Then you got to go through them to get solar energy, the same way you got to go through them to get water and every other natural resource. Only thing we ain't getting charged for right now is air. That's it. Everything else costs. You can't go cut trees down and build a house without a building permit. You can't go kill food without a hunting license or a fishing license. You have to go through them for every other resource.
Right. But do people still okay, like there's a fire ban, right? You can't just go around setting fires either, right? Anymore, right?
No, I mean not anywhere. But the thing is, even if you could set a fire, what are you going to put on that fire if you need a hunting license to kill your food?
You get I know you get what I'm
I'm
saying
saying
though.
even if there wasn't no fire ban, let's say you can set a fire all day, every day, but you can't hunt without a license. So you can set fires all you
Okay.
want.
You can't
What you
hunt
gonna
without a
do?
license. You can't hunt without a license, but you think people still going to hunt though without one, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure you can. That's why they got game wardens and stuff trying to regulate it.
So
That's
all
why
I'm
they got
saying is
fish and game wardens.
I'm just saying this. If there was solar panels and wind solar panels, you're right. I'm sure there will be some regulation because they're gonna tax everything. Coffee's taxed. God damn it, they gonna probably.
Sugar.
I'm surprised they ain't taxed the video games yet. But so there is. You're right. There's gonna be some regulation, but they also know if they pass these green bills, a lot of things that we've been paying for will be null and void because it'll be more natural. Those natural resources is what I'm saying. It'll
No,
be
and I
more
agree
natural,
with you. I agree with you. I'm just
and they
saying
don't want that.
that's probably why they haven't. That's why it took them so long to pass the marijuana bill because
Right.
and even on the federal level, it's still not legal federally. That's why it's state to state.
Because there's money involved.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is they know that energy bill will cripple them. That's why
Yeah.
they're not going to pass it until they can regulate it. And that's why you can even look now, they're already passing laws ahead of the game to restrict solar use. You can see commercials and ads and things about that already that they're trying to restrict solar use because that's where people are aiming towards. So let's cut this off at the head, get ahead of the game, and then when
Absolutely.
we do push it, we're going to be in control of it.
Yep.
It's going to be the same thing.
Right. They know the sun is the source of all power. If black folks knew that about ourselves, to know that the sun is the utmost power, things would be a lot most different.
And not just the sun, wind and water.
Wind and water, earth, wind and fire. So
Yes.
I mean, it's there, but they don't want us to know this because it'll fuck up their money. So
And again, and it takes away their control.
in their
That's
control,
one
you're right.
thing. Because that's one thing. A lot of times we point at the money, and yeah, you got to follow the money, but that's really to see who got the power, because that's
Right.
what money is really about. Is power.
Right.
They got all the money in the world.
Yeah.
It's about control.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And if you got the money, like look, for instance, look, and this is kind of off the track a little bit, but you could be banned, okay? You could try to be canceled, but when you got the clout and status and over 150 million in your bank account, people kind of want to know what you're saying a little bit. So be it as it may about whatever it is you want to say about Kanye, people still listening because what? He has status.
Yeah.
Financial
Right.
status.
Yeah,
So
of
you're
course.
right.
Anybody with resources, they're gonna get a big following from the beginning of time.
Yes.
Even in school, if you were the kid that came to school, you always had a pack of Starburst or something. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have a nice little crew.
Hey, Hood, that's a cold analogy because that's real. The boy that had all the goodies in the lunch, he could have been a sucker. He didn't get treated like one because he had resources. Yeah, that's
you go to
real.
his house after school, snacks.
Yep.
He the homie.
Yep.
Right.
Shit.
You ain't got no super cookie today, John?
That's
You ain't got no
real.
super cookie today?
Just like the hypergamy in relationships. We ain't gonna go down that alley.
I mean, but you're right though. No, I'm glad. Okay, because that's what I was looking at it as. That's real. From childhood to, but that's how it is though. From childhood on, that's real. That's just how we operate.
This guy is hilarious.
They don't want it. I spare them. I'm gonna spare them.
Well, Bria's up here.
We have an audience
Let me get
submitted
it.
question, and we'll start with you, Ms. Murray. The pandemic impacted our educational system in many ways.
Yeah,
What will
that's an
you do to
interesting
address the opportunity gap?
That is a really critical question. When the pandemic hit, I, as a former school board member and as a grandparent, was so concerned about all of our schools being shut down. And what I did from the first was to make sure we had the funds to get to our schools, to make sure that they could reopen safely. My opponent keeps talking about this like it was a national decision. It was up to our local school boards based on public health reasons. At the federal level, what we did was to make sure that our schools had the resources to open. Now, in terms of learning loss, that has been a concern I've had from the beginning. I actually wrote the provisions into the American Rescue Plan that Tiffany opposes to make sure that we are dealing with learning loss. I talk to teachers and communities all over our state, and I know the impacts of kids who have not been at school. We got them back in school. They're all there, but we're still dealing with learning loss. I put money into the American Rescue Plan for after-school programs and tutoring. We need to do more. We are not there yet, and it is a #1 priority for me when we are doing our appropriations bills in the next month and a half.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley? Yeah, Senator Murray, I think the great problem that's going on here is to pass policy based on good intentions. We need to be passing policy that delivers results. And our children are set back.
And what this bride would do is so much better, Like it's almost like I gotta take this clip and then, if she does get elected 2 years later, see what type of progress that she's made and applaud her if she does. But I just see too many politicians get up on here, and now it's the trendy thing to say, well, no, I'm not a politician. That's the trendy thing to say now. They're all saying it. Everybody that's kind of new in here, and if they're taking shots at somebody that's been in this role for a while, they'll just say, well, I'm not a politician. I'm here for the people. And, the politicians like the kind of the lying, deceitful, type of dude. He's gotten a bad rep now. Politician used to be like a good guy, but now he's almost like the preacher in the black church, So I don't know, man. I got a unique way of thinking, and I could be wrong. It's whatever. I'll stand on it if I'm wrong.
terribly. Their test scores are plummeting. Childhood anxiety, self-harm is on the rise. You talk to any parent. You know, on the CNN interview, you doubled down. You said you have no regrets how we handled the pandemic. You were a champion of mandates and shutdowns, and our children suffered because of that, with no plan to catch them up. You know, this isn't a money problem. This is a solution problem. This is a leadership problem for our country.
So what about all our kids in our communities and the ones we grew up with? You know, I go look at my class pictures and stuff, 4th grade, 5th grade. You know, you look in there, there's nothing but convicted felons and hoes and deceased people. And, you know, like, where was the plan to catch us back up? You know, there was never none. You know, so now it's everybody's so crying about these little fucking privileged ass kids, but you know, nobody cries about, you know, my community. You know, we got motherfuckers like Shanola and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we got motherfuckers that got issues, right? That come from, you know, where we from. So nobody gave a fuck about them. We lucky to even still have our mind to even give a fuck to even come up on the panel today. You know, everybody here, you know, done been through so much shit. It's literally amazing that you even able to sit here right now. You know what I'm saying? But we're supposed to feel sorry about a bunch of kids that get to sit at the house and learn on a goddamn Zoom call. You know? And half the shit they learning is a bunch of bullshit anyway. Especially what they teaching our kids. You know, I mean, that's all I saw. They showed us them little videos and shit while we was in class. I knew it. I didn't know back then, but I know what that shit was about. And that shit worked. You know, it made us not feel so lucky to be black. You know, that's what it did to me. Now, everybody got their own experience, but it didn't really seem lucky to be a black person after watching a 45-minute video of my people getting fucking abused and treated and mistreated. You know, it's me and 2 other fucking black kids in the whole fucking class. You know what I'm saying? So fuck what you heard like a dick in your ear. You know, this bullshit, both of these motherfuckers is unqualified in my eye.
Period.
You know, and you know, hey, it probably was a great fucking stream, you know, and I probably did go over the top right there, but you know, I don't give a fuck because it don't seem like nobody gave a fuck about me, you know, and all these privileged motherfuckers out here, you know, they public schools, because the neighborhood that they live in is so great, they public schools is better than most private schools across the country. You know, but we're supposed to cry because they got to have a Zoom call and they learning like a motherfucker. You know, I got a 6-year-old. He did some Zoom shit. He did some shit. That kid smart as a motherfucker. You know, he's reading everything. He could read it's like overnight. He could just spell every fucking thing. He could read every fucking thing. You know, so you know, it is what it is, man.
I have an agenda for our children in this state. I want to ensure that the money follows the child, that your zip code doesn't determine your destiny in Washington state, that parents have a choice in where they send their children for education, that we pay teachers more. The average bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. makes $180,000. They don't set foot in your children's classroom where they're teaching them reading, math. We need competitive quality education. We need to ensure that our children are exposed to trades at a much younger age. College education.
Didn't they say the average black man read on like an 8th grade level or some shit? You know, maybe I'll look that up. You guys ain't got an answer. I heard that. I heard that statistic.
From them too?
Nah, not these guys.
Oh, okay.
Nah. I don't think they would have dared to do that, because that just goes to show, like, all this talk about this motherfucking education, you know.
I ain't heard nothing about low income, nothing, and middle class, nothing yet about when it comes to education and how it could be improved. They just talking about something that happened during COVID. You know,
Zoom calls. I think that shit's better, you know.
All right.
The kids, then they opened it, and let's talk about that, because then they opened it back up, you know, and the pandemic was real, but me as a guy, you know, they want the kids to go to school, and then, you know, they getting emails and shit and phone calls and stuff, talk about 1 or 2 kids in the class tested positive, and, you know, all of that. Like, the kid, if they was gonna get a motherfucker like me, it was gonna be through the kids, sending the kids back. All this lack of information.
Yeah.
It's airborne. It's not airborne. 5 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, 6 feet. You know, all of this bullshit.
All the confusion.
Wear the mask. The masks don't work. N91s and, you know, N95s and, you know, whatever the fuck. You know. So, you know, that's not, and what happened to the Mpox? You know, what happened to the money pox? Right? It just disappeared. You know, like I'm
what
really
happened to
curious.
that pork? What happened to that pork one too? The pork one and the bird one.
Swine
Yeah.
flu.
Yeah.
The swine flu.
The
The bird flu.
Yeah.
Those are just other types of COVID.
Yeah. Now you can't.
Yeah,
They'll blast you for talk about that shit.
Gotcha.
Or you gotta be very abbreviated for that.
Yeah. But what happened to it? You know, I don't want this shit to come back. I'm just saying. You know, I don't want it. You know, I don't wish nothing on it. I thought I had that that video, and you know, I was down, but it didn't seem like nothing that I've ever felt before. It felt
But
like
did you take the jumper?
Stuff. Nope.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
Nope. But mostly everybody in my residence did, and it didn't matter. Everybody still got sick. You know, It's like that was just a damn joke. You know, that was just like some.
That might be how you got it sick.
Man, I don't know.
You know, because it seemed like a lot of the ones, what is it? A lot of the ones getting hit with it hit over and over is the ones that took the jump shot, the fadeaway.
Yeah. I don't know, man, but it was an experience for sure. I don't know what it was. It felt different. It wasn't like just being sick. It was something weird, like something was over me. It was weird. I can't explain it. It didn't seem like something that, you know, it's not man-made.
I know what you mean, man, but unfortunately, I can't get into it.
Yeah,
on your platform. So
exactly.
But I know what you mean, though. Is that thing? That thing is deep, man, and a lot of people are afraid to just tap in. If you tap in on your own, you're gonna find stuff that you're gonna have a lot of questions, and that's the problem. We don't question. We just do what we told.
Right.
You know, that's what a lot of people will do. Well, I'm just gonna go take the jumper because I got to keep my job, or I need to feed my kids.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, but all of the reasons anyways are as valid as anything. I mean, people need jobs, people need to travel, people need to see their parents and their kids. Like, I totally get it. I understand why people would do it, you know, why.
Let me ask you a question. Did you take the jumper?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to plead the Fifth Amendment on this particular.
Oh, see.
Nah, that's fair. That's fair.
You know, and it's just, and it's too bad and it sucks, but it's just because of like there's just so many. You guys already know what I mean, but
Yeah.
story about that, and I hate, but and that's just the thing, because I'll just say this, that I learned, I guess, and again, very unfortunately, but to survive through that, I just learned that I had to just keep my mouth shut, and that sucks, actually. So like you were saying, that's a deep topic, and that is valid, and it should be talked about. I do agree with that. Maybe certain particular platforms aren't the place for that, and I don't know, but
Well, yeah, I think there's certain details that I'm just saying that we can't discuss, but the overall, I think there are some questions that need to be asked. I mean,
oh yeah,
I get it too. People lean towards survival and your job, your family, and things like that. I get it, but I just don't think people asked enough questions.
Yeah, like I've been following this for nearly 20 years, and I'm just talking about vaccines in general. So I have some certain opinions that maybe a little bit off the beaten track, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I actually really like talking about this topic, by the way. So, but yeah.
But the fact that they don't
the
want
only
you
pathway to the American dream.
No, go ahead.
The fact that you can't even talk about it, you got to abbreviate it, is enough for an alarm in itself.
Thank you for saying that. Exactly.
Well, they don't want too many people
the fact
to.
That you can't even talk about it openly and feel safe. It says so much, right? If you're on the other side of the fence, that just says so much.
You can be wrong about so many other things too on these same platforms. You can be wrong about sports, religion, history, the weather.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Why you guys censoring talking about that? But you wanted everybody to comply with the same thing.
And then silence everyone, right?
And then silence everyone.
Silence you. Well, if you're not gonna push the narrative that they want, it's silence, right? It's silence. So right now, as we're experiencing it, people, and there are many people who are experiencing adverse reactions and so on, right? And that's just going to be swept under the rug and silenced, right? They don't want people to know.
Well, that's what the people that did take the jumper should be looking at. That's what they should be looking at. Why are they protecting us so much? Because you can't tell me that there's not of even a small percentage of those people that kind of disagree with what they found out afterwards.
Yeah, there are.
They're the ones who should be asking these questions. Like, well, why? How come nobody can even speak out in opposition to this?
Yeah, that one fact alone.
Can these guys answer it? Are they just gonna backpedal and like, let's say I was there and I asked this question, could they answer this question without tap dancing? And it's ridiculous. But they'll comment on it and say what the other one didn't do. She didn't do this. She said close the school and the kids, and my everything was to have the kids in school. And I get it. There's parents that the child care and it's huge. I get it. But what would you guys do? Give that stimulus back if they lower these gas prices, or what?
Give what stimulus back to who? Give money back?
Give the stimulus back. I know that's what it was called, the stimulus.
The stimulus package. You're right. That's what it's called. Uh-huh.
Trade it for lower gas prices?
Would you give it back? Because a lot of people got it. Now that I'm thinking, because
hold on, give it back to the government.
I'm just saying, what would you?
Come on, hold on. You that just sounds like a general public question because you asking a brother like a brother if he's gonna give some money back to the government.
Well, no, I'm just saying if you see the effect, you see what it's done. Like before I cashed that check, this shit wasn't like this, right? And I'm not saying that this is the only factor.
You're saying
you
if you could retroactively, if you could give it back for what it's.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes.
That's a cold one, man.
That wasn't that much money, man. We probably have swallowed that with the gas prices being over $5. You know, in some places it's even higher. You know, it's down there $6 by the UW. I was by the UW the other day.
Yeah.
It's almost $6 over there.
Yeah,
like,
bro.
Damn.
I'm in the South, King. It's $6.
And it was $2.99, you know, before we cashed that stimulus. It was and that's still high if you look at the national average. But you know, there's some some spots down south, different spots. You know, it's a lot cheaper. You know, it might be like a whole $1 cheaper.
No, it's way cheaper than $1, bro. I told you, my daughter's in Atlanta. I be sending her pictures of the pumps, these pump prices.
Yeah,
and I think they down to $3. She said $3.69 or something. They under $4. We paying almost double on the West Coast in some of them states and down south.
Dream in this country. We need plumbers, we need truck drivers. There are multiple ways to achieve the American dream, and we need to make sure that we reduce the stigma that college is for everyone. And we can do that right here in Washington State. We are falling behind. I'm here to fight for Washington State. Senator Murray only stands up for Washington, D.C.
Thank you. You'll have 30 seconds.
How much can I correct in 30 seconds? So first of all, it doesn't surprise me you just heard the talking points you did, because I know that Betsy DeVos and her family is supporting my opponent. But I will tell you this, our public education system is the backbone of our democracy. I fight every day to make sure we have the funds to assure that every child has an opportunity to get a good education. We cannot funnel that money to private, for-profit, unaccountable public schools. I support the charter school law here in Washington State, but I do not support federal funds going to private, for-profit schools that are unaccountable.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley, you won't get a counter rebuttal, but you can use one of yours if you choose. Okay, so you've used both of yours, and you still have one left, Ms. Smiley. So Ms. Smiley, we'll start with you for the next question. Earlier this year, the House passed a bill to guarantee a right to same-sex and interracial marriage. The bill will come up for a vote soon in the Senate. Would you vote to codify a right to same-sex and interracial marriage at a federal level? Why or why not?
Yes, I want to be clear that this law is settled law and merely a distraction from my opponent, Senator Murray, to distract from their failures on the economy, the rise of gas prices and crime. I have been very clear I would support that bill as long as there's strong religious protections within it, absolutely. But let's be clear, I'm here to fight for life, liberty, pursuit of happiness for all. We need to ensure that we rein in out of control spending that is ravishing our state, thanks to Senator Murray. Democrat economists warned it would cause the greatest inflation that we've seen in a generation.
She just moved the goalpost. She just moved the damn goalpost, bruh.
That it has. Again, it's not a money problem, it's a solutions problem. So I will fight for everyone's quality of life, ensure that we have got to lower the gas prices in this state and in the country. There is a plan and a path to do that. We need people to get back to work. We need to ensure that we have the best economy right here in Washington State. We're falling behind on every level. That's certainly why our family is in this fight, because we want all children in Washington State to have a shot at the American dream. So yes, I would support that bill as long as there are strong religious protections in it.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
I feel like I'm listening to Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor, so let me take a breath. The question was whether we would support codifying same-sex marriages into law, and I absolutely do. End of statement. But what I will tell you this is that the reason we need to do that is because the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade using the privacy exemption. And that puts in danger, as Clarence Thomas himself told us, the right for people in this country to have same-sex marriages. So yes, we do need to codify it into law.
How does Popeyes?
We don't know about Popeyes or whatever they talking about. But, you know, we're going to get back into it.
Ms. Murray, in 2018, the Senate passed the Mission Act, which, among other things, made it easier for veterans to get care outside of the VA system. Critics say that it is heading down a path toward privatizing the VA. You voted for the bill at the time, along with most of your colleagues. Was that the right decision? And what should the VA look like in 10 years to better serve the next generation of veterans?
This is such an important question. I fight every day for our veterans. I told you my dad was a World War II veteran. My mom had to take care of him when we were growing up. He got MS and he lost his job. So I know what our veterans' families go through. When I came to the United States Senate, there had never been a woman on the Veterans Committee before. I signed up for that committee to fight for the men and women we serve, and I am proud of my record, making sure that we are doing everything we can to fund our veterans services, making sure I passed the Vow to Hire Heroes Act to make sure that when our veterans come home, they have access to good jobs and the training that they need. I have passed the CARE legislation to make sure we're taking care of our caregivers. I have passed legislation to make sure the PACT Act, which we just passed over Mitch McConnell's objections, to make sure that veterans who are exposed to toxics get the care that they come home. I just talked to a gentleman here today whose son will now be covered. And yes, I do think we have to look at how we fund privatization of our veteran services, because our veterans deserve the care that we promised them when they went to fight for us. Privatizing it is causing us a lot of problems, overcharging, long lines, the inability to get the kind of care that they know they can get at a VA. And so I want to make sure that we fund it as we promised our veterans when they went to fight for us. They will get the care they deserve when they come home.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley. Well, I just wonder what insurance you have, Senator Murray. Because our family certainly went through the process of the VA that you've been in charge of for the last 30 years, oversight. And it was a system that wasn't ready for our veterans. That's certainly why I am in this fight. It's a bureaucratic government system that throws red tape in front of our heroes who deserve that care that they earned. The PACT Act is great, and I absolutely would have voted for it 100%, but why did it take 30 years? Our veterans deserve the best that this country has in front of us. And I certainly will put veterans at the top of my list. You know, in 2013, you voted for cutting pensions for working age veterans. That's not okay. So veterans need a leader and a fighter who will go cut through the red tape, who will cut through the government bureaucracy, who will make the government work for them and ensure that at the end user, that the customer, our American soldier, our veterans, gets everything that they earned. Our family, I had to take on big government and I won. That's what I will do for all of you. If you send me to Washington, D.C., I will be honored to earn your vote. You know, Senator Murray, you're not the mom in tennis shoes anymore. It's been 30 years. You've become a career politician. You voted for inflation and crime in a VA system that doesn't work. Thank you.
She's digging. She's cutting deep. This woman is cutting real deep. You know. She wants to have Senator Patty Murray's helmet.
I want to ask a healthcare question. Are you satisfied with what was in the Affordable Care Act? And if not, what would you want to see changed?
Yes, I was working as a nurse when the Affordable Care Act came through. And as a nurse, it was hard because it was very clear that we wouldn't be getting any raises. Our bonuses were cut. And they asked us to see more patients in less time. And I don't think that's good healthcare. That doesn't lead to good outcomes for our people. And so I look forward. We need transparency. We need accountability. We need to lower costs. But at the same time,
but she doesn't want to get rid of it because that would be the most unpopular thing to say. You know, you clearly don't like it. You clearly were in the situation to where, you know, the staff shortages and, you know, compared to the amount of patients that's coming up in there. So they're just shooing people out of the back door, just trying to get you processed and you know, take your temperature and shit and your goddamn blood test, you know, your blood pressure and shit. So I don't know, man. All this stuff, it just seems kind of odd.
I think it's important to know that within the healthcare scope, we need to support our private practice doctors as well. We're losing more and more rural doctors out in the rural communities. They're having to go drive miles, sometimes days, to get the healthcare that they need. And so that's something certainly that I will fight for and ensure that you know, women, families in Washington state have affordable access to healthcare, that there is transparency and consistency within our healthcare system.
Thank you. Ms. Murray.
What you just heard was my opponent tell you that she would be willing to repeal the ACA. Mitch McConnell 70 times has come to the floor of the United States Senate.
I just told you. So she didn't want to say it. And old girl was so adamant about letting everybody know, like, no, I didn't say it. She said, seemed like a little schoolgirl that's just mischievous and shit.
Because it was very clear that we wouldn't be getting any raises. Our bonuses were cut. And they asked us to see more patients in less time. And I don't think that's good healthcare. That doesn't lead to good outcomes for our people. And so I look forward. We need transparency. We need accountability. We need to lower costs. But at the same time, I think it's important to know that within the healthcare scope, we need to support our private practice doctors as well. We're losing more and more rural doctors out in the rural communities. They're having to go drive miles, sometimes days, to get the healthcare that they need. And so that's something certainly that I will fight for and ensure that you know, women, families in Washington state have affordable access to healthcare, that there is transparency and consistency within our healthcare system.
Thank you. Ms. Murray.
What you just heard was my opponent tell you that she would be willing to repeal the ACA. Mitch McConnell 70 times has come to the floor of the United States Senate to repeal the ACA. Remember what the ACA did? Insurance prices were skyrocketing. So we passed the Affordable Care Act to make sure that when you bought insurance, you were covered for what you needed to be covered. You couldn't be kicked off because you had a pre-existing condition. That has saved so many American lives. That you would get contraceptive care free. That's so important for women. That you could keep your kids on your insurance up to the age of 26. That has made a huge difference for so many families as they transfer out of K-12 and into a world where they don't have the resources to buy insurance at the costs that they were at. And to make sure that we are subsidizing healthcare so we lower the price of health insurance for everyone. In the bill that we just passed, we made sure that we extended those ACA subsidies. And that means right now we are all not going to see huge increases in insurance costs. That's what Ms. Smiley just said she would not support.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley, would you like to use? You have one more rebuttal right now. Okay. Ms. Murray, we will start with you for this question, and this is an audience submitted question. Congress continues deficit spending and budgeting while some programs like Medicare and Social Security are heading toward insolvency. What should be done about that?
Well, first of all, the most important thing you should know is in the Inflation Reduction Act, which Tiffany has said she would not support, we just helped Medicare in a great way. We passed legislation that I've been fighting for so long for you to make sure that Medicare negotiates prescription drug prices with the force of the federal government to lower costs of prescription drugs for all families. Now, that is an important step. And we made sure that those on Medicare would cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. I tried to make that for all Americans, but the Republicans would not give us one vote for that. And we capped out-of-pocket costs at $2,000 a month. That will assure that Medicare works for our families as they deserve. And on the issue of Social Security and Medicare, those are extremely important programs in our country. I will work to strengthen them. I have, and I will continue to make sure that when you work in this country and retire, you have the support you need. In fact, right now, I'm working on legislation to strengthen Social Security. The laws were really written
Stop the
decades ago when
cap.
women were not in the workforce. So we need to revise them to make sure they work for women today as well. That's what I'm working on for all of you, because I've come home and heard from you that these are programs that have really meaningful impact on families, and I am there to protect you.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley.
Yes, I want to be clear. I will not touch anyone's benefits who are receiving Social Security or about to receive Social Security. Career politicians use this as a wedge, and when it's time to vote, a wedge issue to scare seniors, and I think that's wrong, absolutely wrong. In 2003, there was a bipartisan action in the Senate where Republicans and Democrats came together to ensure that seniors on Medicare had access to prescription drugs, and Senator Murray blocked it. So if she had it her way, you wouldn't have access to prescription drugs. So I believe we need to sit down at the table and work across the aisle and get this solved. So it's not an issue that comes around every election season to scare our seniors. We owe it to you to uphold it, to fix it, to get it right. And that's certainly what I will be committed to in the Senate.
Thank you. And unfortunately, we have now come to our final question. And based on time, it looks like we'll each only have about 30 seconds to answer it. We don't have a closing statement, but hopefully it's broad enough that you can bring up anything else you wish to say. The country is currently in a time of division, and both of you have said that there is a lot at stake this election. If elected, explain how you would work with the other party and those who did not vote for you. Ms. Smiley, we'll start with you.
Yes, I am happy to work. I mean, look at my track record of building coalitions and taking on big government. Senator Murray has put millions of dollars behind me to smear me. And she shows you the picture of me and Donald Trump, but she doesn't show you the picture of me and her, because that's who I am. I will work with anyone to deliver results. Senator Murray wants to scare you. I'm here to serve you. I'm here to ensure that we rebuild our reputation in Washington State, that people want to come here because it's the best place to get an education and work. I'd be honored to earn your vote.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, you have 30 seconds.
I am proud to work with anyone in the Senate who works for Washington State families with me. That's why I worked to do the budget agreement with Paul Ryan when government was shut down and no one else could get us an agreement to move forward. I passed a bill with Lamar Alexander, my Republican counterpart, to change No Child Left Behind so our kids could learn at school in a way that wasn't testing them every day. And right now, I am working with my Republican counterparts to pass a Prevent Pandemics Act to assure that we never go through what we went through again. That's why I asked for your vote and your support.
Thank you. Thank you both again to our candidates and for everyone in the audience and for those watching at home. And another thank you to our sponsors, the League of Women Voters, Gonzaga, the Washington State Debate Coalition, and the Spokesman Review. Don't forget to vote on November 8th, and have a good night. Thank you.
They got it in. They threw the bar stools and talked about each other pretty good on there. You dig? You still there, Bree?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. We done made it to the conclusion.
Yeah. Who did you think ended out stronger?
I think Patty Murray won just because she's a little bit more familiar with what
the way things go. Old girls still
Experience.
new. Yeah, but that was just that one debate. I'm sure they're
Right,
gonna have
right,
another one or maybe a couple more. Maybe I'm sure.
right. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, yeah.
So it's gonna be some more debates. She's gonna be able to
Definitely.
get straight to the point about what she's actually gonna do, and less of just trying to slander the other person. But that's politics for you. So
Yeah, exactly.
maybe somebody that thought they wouldn't be good in this type of field, you might be great in this type of field. So
Who knows? Yeah.
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 Any closing remarks?
Well, I just thank you for, opening up this panel and having this discussion. It is really interesting. It is good content, interesting topics, important things for you guys to be talking about, for shine a light on important topics like this. Yeah, just thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you for coming up. It's always a pleasure.
Indeed.
And we're gonna get on some stuff, a little bit of history and different things. There's some things I wanna get up in there. I'll probably hit you up with a couple ideas, and we could put something together. We always could get one in. You know what I'm saying? I'm always looking to expand and get some new content going.
Cool.
This is Dr. Hood, and you guys hit the like and subscribe button. Appreciate everybody that support the channel. And we've been rocking for a minute. There's more videos. You guys can go check them out. I try to get the panels going. That way you guys just don't hear me rambling. You can hear different point of views, and it's a safe place where everybody can get their point of view off without everybody agreeing with each other. This is not the echo chamber where everybody just agrees with each other, although we respect everybody's point of view. And this was a great one. So
That was great.
appreciate you again for coming up.
Yeah, appreciate you too. And
we outta
everybody else
here.
on the panel, thanks so much for the talk. It was great.
Peace.
Peace.